With this Sports Center update, first on the Fan on the hardwood tonight, Game 2 of the Western Conference Finals between the Timberwolves and Thunder in Oklahoma City. The Thunder leading that series 1-0. Tip-off at 5:30 on ESPN. The Thunder favored by 7.5. The NBA's all-defensive teams have been announced, and Blazers forward Toumani Camara has earned second-team honors. In Denver, the Nuggets have removed the interim tag from head coach David Adelman after their Game 7 run to the Western Conference semis. On the ice, Game 2 of the Eastern Conference Finals, as the Hurricanes try to salvage a home split before the series shifts to Florida. Puck drops at 5 o'clock on TNT. College football news, the playoff committee has approved a new seeding model for the postseason tournament, effective immediately. In the new model, the top 4 ranked teams in the nation will earn the top 4 seeds and 4 byes. Last season, those season byes went to the top 4 conference champions. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. I'm Ryan Buckley, the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Hurt and missing work, insurance companies acting like jerks. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at WarrenAllen.com.
It's back. The 11th Annual Fan Golf Classic at Langdon Farms Golf Club happens Tuesday, June 24th. Presented by your local Toyota dealers. Reserve your foursome now at 1080thefan.com.
What's the most resilient parasite?
Primetime with Isaac and Sue.
Can build cities, can transform the world, and rewrite all the rules.
That's what I'll be doing every single night.
Which is why...
No!
I have to steal it.
What are you talking about, Willis?
This is Primetime with Isaac and Sue.
It's gonna work. It's passable, okay? This isn't terrible.
The best in local, regional, and national sports. With no hidden agenda. Primetime with Isaac and Sue on 1080 The Fan.
Well, hey, what it do?
Ahoy, friend.
What's up?
Look at you.
Look at me.
Back from an all-American road trip.
Look at me.
Yeah.
Things are looking up. I remembered my password to the
I know
computer.
you said that when you came in, and I was
great.
like, that is good.
And it's long.
That cognitive functioning. You took a test, you aced it. No one's seen cognitive testing quite like you. It's amazing.
I'm back.
You are back.
I am back. What did I miss?
Not a damn thing. I mean, I don't know.
Scotty won the PGA.
Jim Irsay is dead. We're allowed to push people in the butt again in the NFL, so we can do that.
Yeah.
The tushes
Right
will
in the
be
butt?
pushed.
Flag
I don't
football
know.
talk
Yeah, flag
yesterday.
football.
Yeah.
The maybe the greatest collapse in basketball history last night.
Yeah.
But you were kind of back for that. I'm sure you.
I saw it.
Yeah, you saw it.
That was a good game.
That was a good game.
But that's sports. We'll get to that later.
Yeah. So outside of that, I mean,
nothing.
I'm trying to think
It's
if
that time of year.
Yeah, I'm trying to think if there was anything like important that you missed, like locally. Rained, and then it was sunny, and then it rained, and then it was sunny, and couldn't make up its mind. We had hot San Diego debate.
Yeah, what do you mean?
Well, you're a San Diego man.
I love San Diego.
And I made the bold statement that in the summertime, there's no better weather. There's no better place to be than in the Pacific Northwest. And of course, this jackass who will remain nameless.
Well, it was more like these
looking-
jackasses.
Yeah, it was
You're looking
jackasses.
right at Ryan.
Two jackasses.
It was
So it was
Nemec and I
Buck-
both that
they dug in deep on
suggested
this San Diego thing.
California weather,
Yeah.
probably San Diego weather, probably even better than the Pacific Northwest.
So then we kind of went back and forth on that. We had, and that led me to a war with the San Diegans. And
Yeah, and then he started talking about what a terrible city San Diego is, which had nothing to do with the original point.
got
Yeah.
personal. You know,
It got heated.
That's actually a good question. Like, what is the? I mean,
I went here
the
because
summer here is.
it's amazing.
Yeah, but it gets a little hot now. It does. It's getting hot.
And I also
out there, you're on the coast, so it never really gets quite that hot.
My thing with San Diego is this twofold. One, screw San Diego, and two,
You sound jealous.
yeah. Well, they don't appreciate anything. So
Why not? What does that mean?
Well,
How do you
it's-
know that?
it's always
Collectively,
it's
all the
always
people-
nice, so you don't appreciate
Yeah.
summer weather.
That's fair.
So it's just and then in San Diego, outside of being in San Diego, you're just there. It's like, how many times can you walk around the Gaslamp district or go and be like, oh, there's the ocean? Whereas in the Pacific Northwest, within 2 hours, I'm in a 12,000-foot mountain. I'm down in Bend if I want. I cruise on over to the coast. I got whatever I want.
So you're saying there's more variety.
There's more
There
variety.
is more variety.
And I get amazing weather. Thus, in the summertime, there's no better place in the country that I want to be than up here in the upper
Oh,
left.
well, then you want to be is
Yes.
different than they have better weather.
Well, it started out as
You're changing the argument.
No, well, my original statement was, come the summertime, I don't really want to travel anywhere.
Yeah.
because
Yeah.
we have the best of everything here in the summer.
Take advantage of it.
Yes,
And then travel in the winter.
Yes,
when
and
it's raining.
and that led to the weather thing. And I said, do we have the best weather up here? And that's where the San Diego thing came in. And I was like, no, I'll give you the idea that San Diego again has incredible weather, but they have incredible weather year round. We, from June, July, August, we have as good a weather, if not better, than anywhere in the country. And I think we have as much to do as anywhere in the country. You shouldn't want to go anywhere. June, July, August.
Well, the other thing too is San Diego has something called June gloom.
Mm-hmm.
It's actually not the best month there.
Hence the gloom.
Yeah, see, but June can also be kind of wet here.
Yeah. We're fine.
But if you get to, well, not always.
We're fine.
But once you get to no, not always.
Always.
Because once you get to the river, or the, what do they call this? The Rose Festival?
Yeah.
Then it can't rain.
See, here's my thing, though. If you occasionally, you get a day where you get some scattered showers here and there, you're not getting torrential downpour.
Well,
And
no
by the
one's
way-
saying torrential downpour, but it rains in June more than you think.
And that's also why we get to keep stuff green. I'll go to my grave.
Yeah, but you're saying the summer is the best
It is.
weather ever.
It
not
is.
if you include June.
It's the best.
You're wrong.
It's the best.
Hey, I'm
taking
back.
that-
I'm ready to
I'm
sports
taking
radio.
that summer 3 months, upper left, we're the
See,
best in the country.
I think if you took July, August, September,
Yeah.
you're better off.
I
If
did-
you're taking June, July, August,
Yeah. I did kind of rope in September, but that was
Yeah.
more of a tail end. I'm starting in June.
September here,
Yeah. It's
I mean,
fantastic.
I think I would take that month over any other month.
Interesting.
That's
'Cause it
the
cools
top.
up- 'cause it cools off a little
Yeah,
bit.
that's the top month.
Yeah.
I think.
Yeah, right here. Best water for swimming, floating, rafting, surfing, the lakes, the
Look,
fast
it's
rivers.
look, one guy agrees with you. You
No.
could not be any more right.
I just think we got a lot. Whereas in San Diego, it's like, hey, what do you do outside of San Diego? Well, Tijuana, but that's a whole other element there. You got to be ready. You got to
Well,
prove yourself in
But wait,
Tijuana.
that's not San Diego though.
No, but it's San Diego adjacent.
Yeah.
I've been to San Diego plenty, and it's a neat city, but like it's San Diego. Cool. We went to some bars. We sat on we sat outside, and there was a light breeze, and it was 84, and you're like, yeah, okay, it's San Diego.
Look at you.
Yeah.
Wow. Listen, I don't get your whole argument there. Kind of weird, but I do get the weather in the weather thing in the summer here. I'm with you.
It's amazing.
Yeah, there's a reason why. But yeah, it is amazing. Generally speaking, yeah, for sure.
Yes.
So that's a good argument though. It'd be
It got heated.
yeah. Did somebody get punched?
Oh,
Your
yeah.
propensity
No,
for
but then
violence?
Buckley tried to throw in San Francisco, and I told him to go pound
Oh,
sand because San
come
Francisco's weather
No,
sucks.
no, 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 no,
year-round.
no.
San
I
Francisco-
said the East Bay Area. I said I conceded that actually San Francisco windy and cold during the summer.
Yeah. Well, yeah. I think San Francisco has sneaky bad weather.
You want to be in San Francisco in like October.
Am I wrong?
Yeah. No, San
or
Francisco is
Yeah.
sneaky
Sneaky
bad.
bad.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah. You think it's California?
San Francisco's like
coast?
Portland with more wind.
Yeah, it's not great. And San
Misty,
Francisco's a
gray.
cool city, but if you're talking weather-wise, it's not. San Diego has obviously the claim of year-round weather. I've been to San Francisco in the summer, and it's still not great.
Well, anyway, the eagle has landed. I repeat, the eagle has landed. Mom, Pa, Rop
Exciting.
are here.
Exciting. Permanently.
They are here, and they are not going anywhere ever again.
Not after this adventure.
No.
So the home is sold? The green shag carpet is no more?
Yeah. Well, it had been sold. They sold that a while ago.
Oh, okay.
And now we drove them. Well, they flew, but we drove across the. That drive, so we drove from Salina, Kansas to Portland, Oregon.
Yeah.
And it's about 24 hours total. So we broke it up into 3 days driving 2 nights.
Well, because we kind of mapped it out, and we thought, because there's 2 routes you can go, we kind of thought maybe you would do Salina to Denver, Denver to Wyoming, like Laramie, and then maybe Boise and back. But you kind of
Well, that's 4 days. So we only did 3 days.
yeah.
2 nights.
Yeah.
So the 2 places we stayed, we went Salina to Cheyenne.
okay. So we were thinking Wyoming, so we were right.
And then we went Cheyenne to Boise, stayed in Boise,
Yeah.
and then came into Portland. But I got to tell you, the American West, as beautiful as it is,
Yeah.
my God, there is nothing out there.
No.
And you and we know this, like this is we all know that.
Yeah.
But boy, is it shocking when you actually, because I've made that drive before.
Yeah.
But
You kind of
it's
forget, huh?
even more
Yeah.
desolate
Yeah.
than you remember.
See, I was telling the story. We had Joey on, and I say it's the dumbest thing that I've ever done. But also, I think you should, if you've ever made that drive, you would understand. We made that drive through the Great American West, going through Oklahoma, going down Wyoming and all that, from there on down. And that's where we got the rock for the cruise control. We were like in an old Dodge Raider, and we just put a rock on the pedal, and that was our cruise control.
Yeah.
And people were like, what if something gets in your way? What if you have to stop? And you don't. There is nothing. It's just for thousands of miles, it's just straight road, which is flat, and it just goes. And you are just in the middle of nowhere. And I guess for a brief moment, it can be beautiful, but man, is it monotonous.
Very boring.
Yes.
Very boring.
Yes.
Unless the PGA Championship is on. And then, so we had a caravan of 3.
Yeah.
So I drove the big 20-foot U-Haul. And by the way, that old bitch powered her way all the way across the country. I mean, I got her going 80 to 85 consistently. And by the way, in some of these areas, the speed limit is 80.
Yeah.
Okay. She was humming, and she was full.
So you're basically a long haul trucker at this point.
I think I am. So we had the walkie-talkies going. So we had Meatball back there in the Nissan. And then we had Goodwood. Well, it was T-Pain. So on the walkie, it was El Rapo, T-Pain, and Goodwood.
Who was Goodwood?
Well, it's a friend of ours, Dad.
Okay.
Or it's a friend of ours.
Yeah.
But his last name is Wood.
Yeah.
And so
That's fantastic.
So we were talking. I wish we had tape of the conversation.
Because that's got a real Smokey and the Bandit sort of thing.
Very
Got your
much.
ears on, come on back.
That's right. Yeah, and he was making all. You would love Goodwood because he was making all sorts of. What's the movie? Rubbin's Racing.
Rubbin's Race. Oh, Days of Thunder?
Days of Thunder
Yeah,
references.
that's good times.
The whole time,
And
and of course that goes right over Meatball's head. He's never
Yeah.
seen it.
But the fact that you've got someone on a walkie-talkie named Goodwood, already I'm in. I'm
Yeah.
loving where this
Yeah.
trip is going.
So we were all watching the PGA Championship as we drove. Is that safe? Do you think?
Again, this is what I'm saying about The Rock. When you're driving cross country through the Badlands, anything goes. It's Thunderdome out there. I'm guessing you didn't see a cop for like 20 hours.
We didn't see many.
Yeah, exactly.
But
so it's just
in Oregon, we saw maybe 4 Smokies.
Yeah.
In Oregon.
Yeah.
And maybe 1 combined in the other 4 states or whatever.
Yeah, because you went up through Nebraska then.
No.
No?
No. To get to Cheyenne, we went to Denver and up.
Because I was gonna say, because you could go through Colorado, or since I thought maybe up through Nebraska.
No, we went to Denver, Cheyenne, Ogden. My first time in
Utah.
in Ogden, we stopped at a bar to watch the end of the Oklahoma City Denver Game 7, which really wasn't much of a game.
Yeah.
And then the PGA Championship was on at that time too, so we had to stop.
I'm excited that you made a brief stop in the wonderful all-American city of Ogden, Utah.
Yeah, that's my first. And by the way, the service there was terrible.
Well,
so now in my head, I have that Ogden sucks because of that one hour experience.
I'm not here to tell you that Ogden doesn't suck, but it
seemed
does.
very college towny.
It is home to, well, that's Damian Lillard.
Yeah.
Ogden is Weber State.
Weber State.
Yes.
It just kind of had that feel.
Yeah, well, look. Having been to Ogden a couple times, I did buy a motorcycle in Ogden once, but outside of that, look, there's really not. Having spent years in Utah, there's really no reason to go to Ogden.
Now it's
just there.
Yeah. Well, you just drive through.
Yeah, it's like, you're fine.
So I haven't been.
It's at the tip.
I have not spent much time in Utah, but there I was in Utah.
Yeah.
Now, have you been to something called Buc-ee's?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, you've been to a Buc-ee's.
And Buc-ee's it's a Texas thing that is now spread like a cancer.
Yeah.
And if you've never seen what a Buc-ee's is,
it's unbelievable.
It's gotten very popular very quickly.
Imagine,
or grown very
Has
quickly,
it?
at least.
Imagine if Donald Trump in his fever dream could conjure up what a truck stop should be, and you get
But it's not a
Buc-ee's.
truck stop.
Well,
Trucks aren't allowed.
Seriously. It's a travel center.
But it's like I've never seen anything quite like that.
No.
So Goodwood was all about it. He's like, oh, we got to go to Buc-ee's. And it was outside of Cheyenne,
Yeah.
okay? So we go to Buc-ee's, and I am still trying to wrap my
Process.
brain around what happened there.
Yeah. Well, and I've never
So
seen.
it's like this giant. If you've never been to Buc-ee's, so it's just gas pumps as far as the eye can see.
Yes.
All cars, no truck. It's
No
not a
truck,
truck
yeah.
stop. They don't allow trucks. So trucks have to go somewhere else. I mean, there's a million truck stops.
Yeah.
So Buc-ee's is for the people.
Mm-hmm.
And so it's just, I mean, just sea of humanity,
Mhm.
people getting gas, and then kids and other people running around like crazy. And then when you go inside, it's like, it's almost like a Disneyland of well, I say truck stop because I don't know what other.
Yeah, it's a
term.
travel. It's a truck
Travel
stop, but without.
center.
Yeah, it's a travel center.
So they have all this barbecue, like anything you want to eat, like a barbecue. It's all just like,
People online
You just
talk a
grab it.
lot about the Buc-ee's brisket being ready.
yeah. And we
like,
got the
people
brisket.
love their brisket.
We got the brisket. It was good. But it's all ready to go. You just
Yep.
grab it, and it's just like this factory of food and beef jerky
You can-
and drink.
You can go to Buc-ee's, and in a half hour, you can take a shower.
Mm-hmm.
You can get brisket. You can buy a canoe.
Correct.
You can buy an outboard motor for your John boat.
You can get some Ray-Ban glasses.
Sure, Ray-Ban glasses.
I noticed.
And fill up your car, and then you have to buy something with Buc-ee with the logo on it. So they have a full array
Gift
of
shop.
Buc-ee merchandise.
Yeah.
I kid you not, the first time the BTJ went to a Buc-ee's, she came back with a Buc-ee onesie. like a like
Fantastic.
a little beaver Buc-ee onesie
I
thing.
should have got that.
Yeah, it's a whole thing. And then Buc-ee's has its own, they have their own beer, they have their own hot sauce,
Yeah.
all Buc-ee branded.
And beef jerky too, right?
Yeah, it's just,
It's insane.
I don't think I could eat beaver.
It's really insane. And I'm glad we went.
Yeah.
I don't know that I would ever go back,
It's insane.
but
The first time you see it, I think
it's unbelievable.
I think the first time I was at a Buc-ee's, I saw a guy buying, and by the way, he didn't have a roof rack or anything. He was buying like a big ass canoe, and then he bought some like bungee cords and just strapped it to the top of his station wagon. I was like, that what? So that he did not go there with the intent to buy a canoe. He just ended up at a Buc-ee's with like in a station wagon, and somehow while in Buc-ee's, he was like, well, I can't pass this deal up. Like, what?
How much was it?
I don't know. But he bought a freaking canoe and then some bungee cord, and like they rolled down the windows and then they strapped the bungee cord
Into
like
the car. yeah.
into the car,
Done
and
that
then
before.
off they went.
How about that?
And by the way, his state plate, the license plate was not, it was out of state. He drove that canoe to a different state.
Wow.
And I was like, oh my God, Buc-ee's.
Maybe that's the best deal on canoe.
I don't
In
know.
the country.
But you can buy anything.
As they say, risk it for the brisket.
I guess.
Wow, what an experience. So it's good to be back.
Yeah, it's good to have you.
I mean,
But you know what? Every now and then, I'm a firm believer that everyone at some point in their life should take a great American road trip.
oh, I think so.
I
too.
really do.
Yeah, it's fun.
Yeah.
We had
And
fun.
with Goodwood. And yeah, you're
Yes.
watching the
we stopped at these crappy hotels.
Yeah.
And by the way, I have an observation. We'll have to get to this later. But I have discovered the new job
Mhm.
that has the most disgruntled people.
Ooh, I'm
yeah,
excited.
it's not even close. I mean,
Really?
it's
It's not a Buc-ee's employee. Is
it's
it?
unbelievable. No, the Buc-ee's people,
Yeah, they're
they
great.
love it. It's
They
a
love
whole
it.
like Mickey Mouse brand.
It's like the happiest place on earth.
Yeah. So we'll get to that later. But yes, take a road trip, guys. Go see our vast American West.
Absolutely.
I mean, there's nothing out there, but
No. Be careful of Oklahoma. I'm just.
Oklahoma's no good.
No.
But I'm talking about like
Yeah.
the West. You
Yeah.
know, like
Well, you went through Wyoming.
Wyoming?
Wyoming is a beautiful.
it's pretty.
Wyoming is beautiful.
I thought Utah was pretty.
Yeah, yeah.
And then
It's a little nicer, I think, when you get down
Idaho,
to the southern part. I
not
get
so
it.
much.
Yeah.
Eastern Oregon, gorgeous. So good times.
Well, it was good to have you back.
Yeah, thanks. Good to be back for the most part. Now, do we want to get to headlines? I think we do.
Yeah.
We had a big game last night.
Oh yeah.
Very big.
Never seen anything quite like it.
It was one of the better games we've seen in years.
Yes.
And we'll get to that next on The Fan. Hey, what's up? I'm back. It's your window daddy.
You know what you can't buy at Buc-ee's?
Windows.
Quality windows.
I'm wondering if we should change that.
Window Nation moves into Buc-ee's.
What if some guy straps a bunch of bunch of windows to the top of his car
I like where we're going.
because the deal was just too good.
I like where we're going
Put the
with
canoe
this.
on top. Yeah, it's Window Nation, baby. The semi-annual sale is back. So if you need windows for your home, this is a great time to buy them because right now you'll get 60% off. You'll also get a free entry door when you buy a house full of windows. You can also get 0 down, 0 interest, and no payments for 2 full years. So you'll pay nothing until 2027. Transparent pricing. And in Portland, we're very mindful of what we bring into our homes. We want to deal with local businesses and be sustainable products. And Window Nation offers energy-efficient windows made with eco-conscious materials, and all of their styles are crafted for homes here in Portland and for our weather here in Portland. So 2 ways to get on their schedule for a no-obligation estimate, and it is free. You can call 866-90-NATION. That's 866-90-NATION. Or you can visit windownation.com. 866-90-NATION or windownation.com.
The Fan is live.
Don't think I'm not coming armed with golf talk,
I would hope so.
seeing as how Scotty won a major while I was away. But first, headlines. We had a big game last night.
Yep.
pretty good little ball game.
I would say so, because game one of the West was a dud, and we needed something better in the East, and it delivered in every conceivable way. I mean,
I really like high-scoring games like that aren't just chucking threes.
Yeah.
You know.
I've just never seen. I mean, I've never seen anything quite like that, except I guess Indiana's already done it twice, but
3 times.
I mean, in this postseason, this would be the third time. But I mean, conference finals to do it again. They were up 14 with what, 2.5, 2 and some change.
Pretty crazy.
I mean, how does that even? Like, I went through. I was at a bar and we were watching that. I was at a big meeting with the new boss.
Yeah.
And so we were sitting there discussing important fan business, and the bar just kept like there's just every like 2 seconds there was an eruption. You could feel it building as people just all were like, "Oh my god." Because, you hit 1 3 and you're like, whatever. And they hit another one. You're like, well, maybe. And there's a turnover and it kind of starts to build. And the pucker factor, you miss a couple free throws. And I mean, just the crescendo of that thing. The only downside is the 3. It should have been a 3. It should have been a walk-off with the choke.
Wait, you thought his foot was not on?
No. I'm just saying it would have been.
Yeah.
I mean, that might have been the greatest ending of a game I've ever seen if he didn't have the Kevin Durant big toe over the line.
Yeah, Halliburton's shot.
If that's a 3.
It went off of the screen.
Yes.
Like you could not see the ball. No. It went that high off the back rim and then just dropped right in. And then a classic Halliburton, he's doing the choke sign, which was great.
Yes.
But they didn't win.
No.
Because it was only a 2.
Yes. And then I immediately thought, oh my God, they're going to lose in overtime now because the choke thing. And then the New York actually got off to a good start in OT, but, Indiana wins because if you do that and you make the choke sign and you lose that game, dude, that's one of the biggest you're a jackass moves of all time.
Yeah, you got to win.
You got to win.
But, Indiana, I don't really know how they do it. So the number was teams were 0 in 1,414 when trailing by 9 or more in the final minute of a fourth quarter or overtime in the playoffs. I'm going to repeat that. Teams were 0 and 1,414 when trailing by 9 or more in the final minute of a fourth quarter or overtime in the playoffs. And that record is now 1 in 1,414.
If you just scroll Twitter, there is at least 7, like, this has never happened or it's happened twice in league history, based on this lead and this time and these 2 teammates having this many points. I mean, look, it's just safe to assume that has never happened before and probably will never happen again. They always say, watch baseball because something will happen you've never seen. Well, that was last night. That doesn't happen. And it's like a perfect confluence of events, right? Where, why can't I think of his name?
Old what's his nuts?
Naismith just goes nuts and can't miss, hits 6 threes in the fourth quarter, right? And then New York turns the ball over a couple times and you get the scramble that was a foul and then wasn't a foul, and you had the 37-second replay, and then of course you got to miss a couple free throws because in every one of these, if you just make when you're up by that much, if you just make free throws, the game's over. But you miss a couple of those from a couple guys, and that leaves the door open. It's like this confluence of events, and then even Halliburton didn't want to take that 3. He was driving. And then was like, and then
just go back over here.
Just runs back.
I'm going to chuck it up.
And flings that thing up. I mean, it's just, you can't, if you wrote that script, you'd be like, that's a dumb movie and that's cheesy. And yet there we are.
Jay Williams called it the biggest choke job in NBA playoffs history.
Yeah.
And he is known for statements like that.
Yeah.
Very hyperbolic. But I don't know that it's not.
No.
I mean, I don't have anything to compare it to. In other words, I can't remember. I can't remember another game where a team blew that big of a lead in that short a time.
Yeah.
But at the same time, was it a choke or was it just is this what the Pacers do? They play so fast and they can get hot and they get going downhill that they can erase deficits pretty quickly.
Well, I will say that
and they've done it 3 times. So real quick, they have 3 wins this playoffs. When they've been down 7 or more in the final 48 seconds. Yeah. 3 times they've done it.
One in each series.
It's not it's unique to them because of the way they play. They play so fast. But at the same so is that a choke, or are they just really good at doing that?
Well, it's a choke. It's
Because you should never allow it no matter who you're playing.
Yes. If you're New York, again, you just have to not take your. And they even said after the game, they're like,
they took their foot off.
foot off the gas, and that's silly considering you've already seen Indiana do it twice. And then, like I said, turn the ball over, miss free throws. If you just don't turn it over and you knock down a couple of free throws, it may be a little tight at the end, but Indiana doesn't even have a chance to do that. So when you open the door for them and then Indiana comes and slams it shut, yeah, it's a choke. Give credit to Indiana, but blowing a 14-point lead with I was either 248, 238, something like that, 2 and some change. I'm sorry, that is a choke. That is 100% a choke. You're just going to sit there. If you're watching that game film, if you're the Knicks, you're just sitting there with your head in between your legs saying, how the hell did that happen?
We'll get more on this game coming up next. And boy, Jace, I go away and I come back.
Mm-hmm.
And on the very day I'm back, a Blazer wins an award.
Well, there's kind of 2.
Well, sort of wins an award.
Yeah. Second tier award.
It's actually pretty neat.
You're
damn right.
Yeah, it's pretty neat.
Yeah.
Pretty neat. Things are looking up. Pretty good. And we've got some college football coming up. But first, let's go to Buck with Sports Center.
Now, from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on 1080 The Fan.
Ryan Buckley with this Sports Center update. First on the Fan on the hardwood tonight, Game 2 of the Western Conference Finals between the Timberwolves and Thunder in Oklahoma City. The Thunder leading that series 1-0. Tip-off is at 5:30 on ESPN. Thunder favored by 7.5. The NBA's all-defense teams have been announced, and Blazers forward Tumani Kamara has earned second-team honors. In Denver, Nuggets interim head coach David Adelman has had the interim tag removed. He now moves into their head coaching vacancy as a full-time head coach. On the ice, Game 2 of the Eastern Conference Finals as the Hurricanes try to salvage a home split before the series shifts to Florida. Puck drops at 5 o'clock on TNT. College football news, the playoff committee has approved a new seeding model for the postseason tournament. Effective immediately, the new model will have the top 4 ranked teams in the nation earning the top 4 seeds and the 4 byes. Last season, those seeds and byes went to the top 4 conference champions. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. I'm Ryan Buckley at the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Hurt and missing work. Insurance companies acting like jerks. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
The original home of the Herd. 1080 The Fan.
Oh, by the way, Ant Edwards fined again for dropping an F-bomb.
I can't help myself. He's got.
Yeah, I think I read that his discipline bill is now $430,000 for the season.
I think that's right. He was at 370 before this one.
Yeah, he got 60. All he said was, I couldn't have, or he said something about missing so many effing shots. I don't know. Do we need to be finding guys for F-bombs? Like, we can't handle an F-bomb, or?
No, but also at the
that
same time, like it's not that hard to not drop F-bombs on national TV or whatever. I mean, it's really not that hard.
No, it isn't. But
something tells me that he doesn't really.
I think they're going at him now. They're watching him.
He just throws that behind the child support payments, and he's all right.
Oh wow!
What
a shot that was!
Well, I think he's on pace. He's got that Tyreek Hill thing going.
Does he?
I think he's got like 5.
Wow!
Yeah,
really?
he's
5 with 5.
Might be 5 with 4.
5 with
It's
4.
somewhere around there. It's encroaching on that.
He is on a Hall of Fame pace.
Yeah, and he's young.
But he's got a ways to go though.
Well, he's young.
Travis Henry, I think, was what 9 with 8 or something.
It was something like that.
Well, and Ant just famously did this thing where he went to court and he said, "I want to pay all 18 years right now, and I don't want to talk about it again."
He just wants to pay
Which
up
was
front.
crazy.
Oh
but
my
that's what he
God.
did. He forked over like a couple $1 million and said, like, we're done here.
Well, he's 23, so I mean,
Yeah,
you wanna
that's a pace.
you might want to slow down. I mean, I understand you make a lot of money, but just
What's he making every year? Ant Edwards.
probably not. I mean, he hasn't signed the extension yet, so
Yeah, is he in the
I'm assuming
20s?
Right
30s?
now, he's on a 5-year, $244 million deal.
Hey,
Whoa!
so
I have to go to my iCalc.
you're gonna be all right. You're gonna be all right. But when he signs that, oh yeah, okay. So he's got a ways to go till but he'll be 27 when he puts his foot in the cash register again.
Next year, he'll be making
Wait.
$55.6
Oh my
million.
God, he's already making that much.
Yeah.
How is he?
We
How
already-
is he at that level?
He already hit the extension. I mean, these guys
Yeah.
coming to the league,
Yeah, he was in there. He was young.
he was young, so he already signed the big extension. But
God.
the mammoth extension, though, when he's 27 and
Yeah.
he signs the next, because if you look at some of these guys that hit the awards and whatever, like Shea, I mean, they're going to be making like 90 million bucks a year.
Yeah, I think I read not too long ago that there will be an NBA player making $100 million a season, a year, $100 million a year,
Hey,
and it could be Luka.
then maybe the child support isn't that big of a deal. They got to be careful because you're making that amount of money, then the child support goes up.
Why do you think he wants to pay it all now?
That's actually not a bad idea.
It's like locking up players of young, like it's like the Atlanta Braves theory.
It's like
Smart.
the opposite of deferred payment.
Yeah.
That's
We're
right.
just
You
gonna
lock up
front
the
load this
child.
whole
You
thing.
lock in the child support payments at a nice low interest rate now.
That's right.
Because you don't want that balloon payment coming
Because
later.
like you said, the more he makes, the
Yeah.
more he's going to have to pay. He's
Yeah.
like, here, just take all this.
Bring your ass.
Now, if the next one, if the next gal is smart, she's like, woo, woo, woo. No, we're gonna wait. We're gonna wait to renegotiate that in a couple years
no,
till
what
you
she
sign
needs,
the big extension.
She just needs to wait a couple years to get him to knock her up.
Yeah, you got to wait that 27 year. When in 3 years, that's when the real money kicks in. For if
What
you're
if he
gonna have
gets
a kid.
hurt though? These
That's
are
tough.
These are the decisions these women have to make.
It is. It's tough,
tough
man.
out there.
Where do you go?
Well, I was looking back at the Reggie Miller choke game, because I
Yeah, it's the stuff of legend, but
yeah,
you forget
I forgot
the
about
details.
it. Yeah, so I was looking at the details of that because we were talking about how bad the Knicks choked, and of course they did choke, and then Halliburton doing the choke, and of course Knicks Pacers has a little juice to it, even whatever it is, 30 years later. This is a fun series.
Well, and
And the Pacers are just fun no matter who they play.
they are, and they've got Reggie Miller on the call.
Yeah.
And I did not get to hear it because again I was at a bar, so it was loud. We didn't really get to hear a lot of the call. Everyone was hooting and hollering, but I went back and listened to some of it, and he certainly was leaning in a little bit. And I know that rubs people the wrong way, but the point, and then he quickly kind of backed. I think that's a little awkward. If I was a Knicks fan, that would rub me the wrong way a little bit.
Well, rub it in his face.
That he's on the call, pointed Halliburton.
Take him
at
down.
Halliburton.
Reggie Miller, that game, so that was the 1994 East Finals, Game 5 at Madison Square Garden, Knicks Pacers. Miller had 25 points in the fourth quarter. And the Pacers outscored the Knicks in the fourth quarter by 19 points, and they beat them. They actually beat them kind of going away. So that's what happened in that game.
They beat them going away, I thought?
Well, they beat them by like 8 or 9.
Okay.
I think the final score was, it might have been 93-86, so they beat them by 7.
I thought he was just, because I remember he hit the 3 and then stole the ball and hit another one. I kind of thought that they just won by 1 or 2. So again, it shows you what I don't remember.
Yeah, exactly. They ended up winning by 7. The thing I don't like about that game last night was the teams, they only shot 60-some threes, I think. Which is, like, if the Celtics were in that game, dude, imagine how many threes would have been chucked.
Yeah, so Indiana put up 37, and it looks like the New York Knicks put up 34.
Oh, okay, so 70.
Yeah.
All right, I can live with that.
So the Knicks went 11 for 34. It's a robust 32%. And Indiana shot the ball significantly better than that. They went 15 to 37 for 40. I mean, some of these games literally can come down to who just shoots a better.
Exactly.
Like, if you shoot 10% better than the other team from behind the arc, the way the game is played, it's.
But at least the Pacers like to run and get easy buckets.
Yeah.
So they have a little bit different dynamic going. But you know how many threes they shot in the Reggie Miller choke game?
I'm guessing not many.
The teams combined to shoot 30.
Yeah.
And Reggie shot a third of those.
Well, it's weird when you go back and you think of like Dale Ellis or Reggie Miller, or, whoever Sean Elliott, these great 3-point shooters. Larry Bird, it's alarming to see how few threes were actually taken. It just wasn't part of the game, and now it is the biggest part of the game. I mean, you see it all the time where you see a star player and he takes 17 shots and 2 of them are inside the 3-point line. I mean, Anthony Edwards is one of the most explosive, dominant players that we've seen in a number of years, and he does this all the time where he puts up 17, 18, 20 shots, and 90% of them are from 3. I mean, he only took 13 shots in game 1, and I'm willing to guess of those 13, I'll bet you 9 of them were from behind the arc. I'd have to go back and take a look.
Well, anyway, good series.
Yes.
We'll see if the West Series gets good tonight. We do have Oklahoma City, Minnesota game 2.
Yeah.
And then...
so he took 13 shots. 8 of them were 3-pointers. Yeah. Anthony Edwards in game 1.
My Pacers.
Yes.
People think he might be dinged up a little bit, Edwards.
Yeah, he had he went back with the ankle and all that. But to your point about your Pacers, I said going in, I didn't have a rooting interest in anything, right?
Now you do.
It was wide open. And I kind of thought I was going to be Oklahoma City because this is the other thing you missed. Apparently now we all hate Oklahoma City.
Why?
Well, it's very weird. Apparently Shea is the new James Harden and he's just a foul monger.
Yeah.
And that Oklahoma City, it's a garbage franchise that lucks their way into all these draft picks, and then they stole a team from Seattle, and they're ugly and to watch them play. And Chet Holmgren looks like a cast member of the Burbs. Like out of nowhere, like everyone, you missed it. We had 2 great rants. Dirt went off for like a minute and a half about how much he hates them. Danny refused to give him any credit, basically for doing anything. And like on this national basis, like oh my God, like we hate Oklahoma City. So I was like, well, maybe I'd go for Oklahoma City because, screw everybody. It seemed like a weird, arbitrary hate. And then on the other side, I was kind of like, all right, maybe the Knicks, because you got to admit, when New York's cooking, that arena and that city, it's pretty badass.
Yeah, it's great.
Like that city's going nuts. But after last night...
All Pacers, baby.
Go Pacers, right?
Hell yes.
Hell yeah.
How could you not, if you didn't have a rooting interest... and you were watching that game, how could you not get behind Indiana?
I know. I was even pulling for New York, and about midway through that run, I was like, oh, you know what? Go Indiana.
And maybe it seems lame, but Halliburton went from the guy who didn't play a single minute on the Olympic team, being the guy who just was like a practice player, to being the most overrated player in the NBA. And now he's like, watch this. And it's great to watch this little story arc for him.
I gotta tell you, he seems like a pretty fun guy, too.
His dad's a douche, but
that's true.
Damn it, I forgot about that.
He's leaning into it,
but
though.
He's a good guy.
He's leaning into it, and I can appreciate it.
Is he a villain?
He has become
He's becoming the villain.
I think he wants to be.
Yeah.
There's been a viral clip going around from when he and Jalen Brunson both appeared on WWE at the same time. So they're both into the whole heel theatrical element of that.
Well, that's fun. I love this is I mean, come on, we're all going to watch game 2, right?
Absolutely.
The Pacers finally got their hooks
in. It just got good.
And Rick Carlisle is their coach, who is a grade A-hole.
Yes.
But That guy's a hell of a coach.
Well, think about this.
Remember, he already has a title.
Yeah, that son of a gun. If he took that Mavericks team that had no business winning a championship, if he takes these freaking Pacers and they win it,
Yeah.
holy hell!
Do you really think they can win it? I mean, they're really good.
Why not? I mean,
yeah, I guess so.
I don't think
mean,
they're going to, but
it's probably going to be
Oklahoma City.
It's going to be Oklahoma City.
Yeah, they're
but
really
if it's the Pacers and the Thunder, I think the one thing about the Thunder is they are pretty young.
Yeah.
Not pretty. They are very young.
Well, and in close games they have not done well, and Indiana has been beyond
and I think
clutch.
they would have the coaching edge, would they not? With Slick Rick over there,
Absolutely.
all
Their
grumpy.
coach Diagonal just won Coach of the Year.
I know, but I think. But come on, Carlisle's got the pedigree. He's been there.
He
He's won the
absolutely
ring.
has the chops, having done this before.
Yeah. All right, go Pacers. I ordered my Pacers jersey.
Yeah. Well, it was even fun last night. You had the same the pinstripe jersey, and it just that last night was fun. That was great.
All right. Well, NBA awards were handed out today, and as expected, the college football playoff is a changing. That's coming up on the Fan.
The fan.
Yeah, Buck just told us during the break that people in New York are photoshopping Tyrese Halliburton onto Osama bin Laden and calling him Halliban.
Calling him the Halliban.
Yeah. Well, and there was some stuff going around like comparing this to like 9/11, and I mean it's.
Well, yeah. What'd you say? Like one guy on a what is that? Like a group?
He told it like somebody screenshotted just like a group text, and there was one dude going, "Man, I hate to bring up 9/11, but seriously, similar vibes."
God.
Knicks fans handling this. Well, this is like when Boston lost and when Tatum tore his Achilles, there were some tremendous like tweets and group chats. One guy was like, "Oh no, not Tatum's Achilles. Why, God, take my wife's Achilles. That fat bitch doesn't need it."
Oh my God.
He's like, "She doesn't do anything." Oh yeah, dude, it was
That
like
one went viral.
Yeah, it went viral. Like so it's like fan bases handling these things just phenomenally.
Is there anything worse than overzealous sports fan?
No, there's not.
Good grief.
There is nothing worse.
Well, get on the train
Yes.
while you can, Jace. Yeah. The Portland Trailblazers bandwagon is leaving the station because
I want clarity because you said a award,
yeah.
2.
Who I don't even know what the second one is.
I don't know which one.
Well, I'm talking about Toumani Camara.
Yes.
Who was announced? It was announced today that Toumani Camara has made the NBA's second team all defense.
Hell yeah.
Second team.
So when management says they don't necessarily need to go find a star because he's already here, this is what we're talking about.
It's actually
second
pretty neat.
team all defense. And let's also.
I mean, that's great.
That is great.
Because you know me, I love guys that can defend.
Yeah. How about this? Second team all NBA rookie. Huh?
Klingon?
Yeah. Who else would it be?
Well, yeah.
He was voted the 8th.
He was second team all rookie.
Second team all rookie.
Boy. So that means he's not even the top. He's not even in the top 5 of rookies.
He was
maybe
the
a
8th.
top 6 rookie.
No,
maybe.
he was the 8th. He was the 8th leading vote getter.
Oh, okay, there you go.
So
he's not in the top 7 of rookies.
Yes.
And
but
he was the 7th pick.
Yeah.
So
okay. All right.
so
All right.
he's tracking right where he should
It's
be.
the first time since Damian Lillard that a Blazer rookie has made an all-rookie team. I don't want you dismissing this.
I'm going to go to that lake.
It's
Basically,
kind of like
the future has arrived.
the era has become.
The era has become.
It's kind of like the Alonzo Mourning meme.
Yeah. Yeah.
You're kind of sad, but then you're like, oh, well, you know.
Okay, you settle.
By the way, is this pathetic?
What?
Kamara is the first Trailblazer to make an all-defensive team since. Do you know? Do you have any guesses? Have you seen this?
I have not seen this.
Okay.
So I'm trying to think. Are we talking like a Theo Ratliff maybe?
Well, okay. Well,
Nick Batum?
You did see it.
I did not see this.
You could not have picked that out of thin air.
Why?
It's
Is that right?
Theo Ratliff.
Am I right? Hey!
Yes!
Let's
Come on, dude.
That's good.
No, I did not see that.
Oh, you suck.
I did not. I was just trying to think of the last time I had a Blazer that played defense. And by the way, Theo Ratliff didn't do anything else.
Well, we had Marcus Camby for a while. I say we.
He was like 1,000 years old.
Yeah, but he could defend.
Not
Like, that's
then.
the only thing he could do.
Well, so that Theo Ratliff.
Yeah.
I'm very happy. I was thinking Theo Ratliff, Nick Batum, maybe an Andre Miller.
Dude, they haven't had a player make the all-defensive team since Theo Ratliff?
Hey, man.
That was over 20 years
What
ago.
year was it, did you say?
What?
What year was it?
2004.
God.
Boom.
Exactly.
That's right.
God.
Hey, dude, things are looking up,
Come
man.
on.
Things are looking up.
Go get Lou Dort.
We do not need anyone else. Everything you need is right here, along with the 11th overall pick.
On my way in today, I was listening to my favorite midday show, Danny and Dusty.
Yes.
And Danny was trying to tell me, well, you know, these are the signs that things are going well.
That's right. He's very happy. Danny is that man can sprinkle bark dust on anything that the Blazers do. He's very positive.
Well, thought that was good news.
It is good news. What do you mean you thought it was good news? It's good news. Having a player on the all-defensive team is better than not having a player on the all-defensive team.
I mean, it was the second team, but okay.
Wonderful. Just marvelous.
I really actually don't like this. If this is a minor sports gripe of mine.
Sure.
I don't like honorable mention anything.
Yeah.
And I don't like second or third teams.
Second team accolades.
I think that's stupid.
You're almost one of the really good ones.
Exactly.
You're sitting here next to a third-team All-American. Thank you very much.
And I'm sure you tout that.
No, I don't. It's kind of embarrassing, to be honest with you. I don't like when anyone brings it up. You're like, Again,
But you can say, like, if you say, I was an All-American in college. Can you say that?
Kind of.
Oh, you can. Technically, you can.
Do you know
That
how
would
many,
be accurate?
Do you know how many
Yes, he's a
different
third-team
All-American
All-American.
teams?
It's a kind of All-American.
Do you know how many different teams? There's only, to your point, the AP All-American team is the one that counts, and it's first and second team. You know who wasn't an AP All-American? Me.
Were you an academic All-American?
I was not. I was not.
Idiot.
No, moron.
You're an idiot, Sue.
So yes, to your point, I think I am the rule that proves why the third team. You're like,
do we need second teams? It's kind of stupid.
Hey, second team's okay. I'll give you second. Third is right out.
He did get 6 first team votes.
Yes.
I mean, come on.
Tamani Kamara is
a couple people think he's
Tamani
great.
Kamara is a really
6, not a couple.
Hey, he is a
several.
He is a really good player.
He is. Yeah.
In fact, I will go out on a limb.
Nice player.
If you told me that I had to take one guy
no.
from the Blazers and
Great
say
little player.
that he is a guy that I need to be here in 4 years, I think I would take Tamani Kamara. Because I think follow me. What, dude?
Well, there's not many.
That's my point, right? Like, please stop talking to me about Scoot. And I'm tired of hearing about, Anthony Simons shouldn't be here anymore. He is what he is. He's a fine player. He's not going to be a difference maker.
What about Duop Reith? Is he still?
Yeah, I think after he killed it on like back-to-back 10-day contracts, they gave him like a 3-year deal.
Shane Sharp has all the ability in the world, and yet he's still getting benched, and they can't get him to play hard. And Klingon, whatever, cool. Go be
Really?
second
We're
team.
already dismissing him?
Well, no, but he's a fine player, but he's not a big difference maker. Tamani Kamara is one of the best defenders in the league. His offensive game is getting better. You know what? I'm gonna lie. Denny. But those are the two guys.
You'd rather have those guys over anybody else?
Yes.
Isn't that an indictment?
If you gave me Denny and you gave me Tamani Kamara, I think that right now are the two pieces that you look forward and say that you're very confident that those guys are people that you can build around. I'm not saying those guys can be your best players or should be your best players, but I feel a hell of a lot better than anyone else on the team when I talk about those two. So
yeah, I just think that if those two are the two guys you're picking, your franchise is in a lot of trouble. And it's not because they're bad.
No,
just,
you're a loser.
That's the best you get. But I will offer you a caveat.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Would you like a caveat?
Sure. I don't even know what a caveat is.
Well,
we've got to bifurcate those
I know
two
what the
things.
caveat means,
it's
but
probably not the right word to
but
use.
I don't know what a caveat is.
I'm going to offer you I'm going to give you a different offer. How about that?
I'm going to give you an offer you can't refuse.
I'll give you Avdia or for the future. Like, you have to pick one guy.
Yeah.
Avdia or whoever the Blazers pick in the draft.
Denny.
Okay.
Denny,
100%. Have you seen the people that are linked to them at number 11?
I have not.
Oh my God.
And I don't really
just
care to, but
a caveat is a warning of specific stipulations, conditions, or limitations. So he gives you the information with the caveat that...
Yeah, that was not the right use of the word caveat. I'm sorry.
Okay.
I apologize.
Well, I was like, I don't know.
The grammar
when someone says caveat, I'm like, you know from context, but...
It kind of means there's a catch.
I didn't know if caveat was a thing. Or it's a concept.
All right, coming up next, the college football playoff will be changing on The Fan.
1080 The Fan.
You got to pay them early, and you got to pay them a lot.
An Odyssey Sports Station. Now, from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on 1080 The Fan.
Ryan Buckley with this Sports Center update. First on The Fan. On the hardwood tonight, Game 2 of the Western Conference Finals between the T-Wolves and the Thunder in Oklahoma City. The Thunder leading that series 1-0. Tip-off at 5:30 on ESPN. OKC favored by 7.5 on their home floor. The NBA's all-defense teams have been announced, and Blazers forward Toumani Camara has earned its second-team honors. In Denver, the Nuggets have removed the interim tag from head coach David Adelman after their run to Game 7 in the Western Conference semis. On the ice, Game 2 of the Eastern Conference Finals as the Hurricanes try to salvage a home split before the series shifts to Florida. Puck drops at 5 o'clock on TNT. In college football news, the playoff committee has approved a new seeding model for the postseason tournament effective immediately. In the new model, the top 4 ranked teams in the nation will earn the top 4 seeds and the 4 byes. Last season, those season byes went to the top 4 conference champions. On the diamond, the Mariners open a 4-game set in Houston. George Kirby's been activated from the IL and will make his first start of the season. Lance McCullers Jr. taking the hill for the Astros. First pitch is at 5:10. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. I'm Ryan Buckley at the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Hurt and missing work? Insurance companies acting like jerks? Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
The Fan is live on YouTube and Twitch. And now, Window Nation brings you on. Is Primetime with Isaac and Suk on 1080 The Fan.
All right, welcome back. Hour 2 of our radio program here in beautiful Portland, Oregon on some day in May. I don't know. Somebody just said 100 days to Oregon Duck football.
Sounds about right.
That's right.
Couple months, what, 3 months? Yeah.
100 days.
Mm-hmm. That's actually, you got a ways to go. You got an entire summer.
Yeah, you do have an entire summer.
What is I'm guessing the opener,
You know what? I'm going to cook on your grill.
It's like Montana State or something.
Yeah, no offense, but.
But offense. That's a terrible game.
That is a terrible game. Yeah, it's Montana State. So while I do get excited about the start of football.
What's their biggest non-con game?
They got Montana State, and then Oklahoma State comes to Autzen, so that's kind of fun.
Mm-hmm.
And then at Northwestern.
Okay.
And then the Beavs. And then there you go. September 27th, you can get excited. At Penn State.
I'm a man. I'm 40.
Oklahoma State bringing anything to the table?
They didn't last year, but maybe they've rebounded. Last year was a pretty down year. Remember, Ollie Gordon was supposed to kind of light the world on fire, and
he did not.
He did not. And I want to say Oklahoma State may have won 5 games last year. It was a rough year for them.
Well, as expected, the college football playoff is going straight to the seeding model.
Yeah.
Where
Duck fan gets to cry and be like, "Where were we? Where was this last year?"
Well, I mean, look, they made a mistake, okay?
Yeah.
And they're like,
by the way, 3-9 last year.
Ooh. What were the year before? I feel like Gundy's kind of losing it a little bit.
Well, wasn't there that whole thing that
they were 10-4 the year before?
Were they?
Yeah.
They were going to make him take a pay cut, and he said no, and then he's like, "Okay, yes, I will take that pay
yeah,
cut."
so 10-4, then 7-6, 12-2, 8-3. But I think this is kind of just like Oklahoma State is never like on top, but
3-9 though.
3-9 is a rough go. So I'm guessing there'll be some pressure on them this year. But how much you want to bet they just under him they do not have multiple years where they kick rocks.
Is that a sneaky upset alert there?
I'd keep an eye on it. Like,
you never know. I mean, I have to look at what he did
until
in the
your
portal.
quarterback settles in. Any other Power 5 school is a sneaky upset candidate.
Yeah,
if you don't know what you got going on there.
And this is what I've said about Oregon. Oregon and the way they recruit and Dan Lanning and the transfer portal, they should be good every year. But like, I don't care who you are. There is always ebbs and flow in your program. And the last 3 years, you have had Heisman Trophy level quarterback play
with a lot of experience.
Exactly. And so you've now gone from Bo Nix, 2 years of Bo Nix, arguably outside of Marcus, 2 of the best years we've ever seen at Oregon, to Dylan Gabriel, who was criminally underrated and again was a Heisman-type quarterback. And I get there's a lot of excitement around Dante Moore. And by the way, we don't even know it's Dante Moore. We assume it is, but, we'll see. But let's assume it's Dante Moore. And, he had a big name, but we saw him play down at UCLA. Wasn't great, sat on the bench. So just the idea that Dante Moore is going to come in and not have some hiccups compared to what you have, I would assume that Oregon's offense at least takes a step, maybe half a step to a step backwards. Does that mean how many losses? Does it mean that the rest of the team picks it up? I mean, there is a lot of quality that left this football team. And when you recruit the way, we assume it's all full. But, I mean, and look at your defensive line, some of the stuff that you lost there. I mean, and out at wide receiver. And there's a lot of guys that should fill those spots, but I would expect early on Oregon to maybe have some growing pains.
Do you care to guess what Oklahoma State ranked last year in total defense?
Oh, my God. I'll bet you 110.
Yards per game given up. 132nd,
God.
Jace.
Well, they've never played good defense there. And
out of 134, so the only teams worse gave up more yards per game were Tulsa and Kent State. And I'm not kidding. Every other team in college football we gave up fewer yards than Oklahoma State. That said, you can't read too much into that because transfer portal and, you can revamp stuff pretty quickly. Yeah. Gundy's a good coach, but I don't know. Something tells me that, Oregon will be fine against that defense.
But it's a good run. So you're at Penn State, and then Indiana comes calling, and obviously that was a playoff team last year.
Yeah, we looked at this while you were on vacation in Italy.
It's a good
Indiana
schedule.
is probably, if USC isn't any good, Indiana is their best home game.
Yeah.
And that's not even a great home. I mean, come on, that's a bad home schedule.
You got Wisconsin at home.
Okay.
Minnesota,
Now you've officially lost.
Yeah, well, I mean, look.
If USC is not any good, Indiana is their best home game. And that's, come on. You getting fired up to go watch Indiana play? And they're probably going to suck too. This little guy here in Portland thinks that was stupid.
It's not the best. It's not the best.
Okay, what were we talking about? Oh,
the seeding.
So the playoff is going back to the seeding.
Playoffs?
Well, you got to give them a little credit maybe that they realized, okay, that was kind of dumb.
Sure.
That we gave Boise State and Arizona State the buys because we gave it to conference champions. So they're going to, 1 year you saw it. It was like, okay, that didn't work out.
By the way,
so let's change it. So now the 4 teams in the college football playoff that will get buys are the just top 4 teams in the rankings. So last year,
seeding.
Yeah, last year that would have been Oregon, Georgia, Texas, and Penn State.
So I believe if I saw this, Oregon would have gotten the bye, and then they would have gotten the winner of Indiana and Penn State, which is probably a lot better than getting a bye and then getting Ohio State.
Yeah, but I mean, I think the saving, I don't know, like maybe the solace here is that, look, if you played Ohio State again, like maybe the seeding was different, you would have had to go through Ohio State most likely.
Yeah.
And you weren't going to win.
Sure.
They were better.
Yeah, just losing to the eventual champion makes it sting a little bit.
It just sucked that it was that early.
Yes.
I know. I'm with you on that. I just find any fan that bitches and moans about that, and I do appreciate the fact that Dan Lanning has never said a word about it, if he feels this way in private or not. Just the idea of saying that, and it's one thing if you lose a close game, but dude, you got hammered. You got blown out.
Yeah.
When you get blown out and embarrassed against a team that you already beat, I want to hear nothing about the seeding didn't do me fair. Stop it.
Well, I just think I just think fans wanted
Yes.
a little deeper run.
Yes.
It would have been more exciting.
And it would have, because I mean, and then you would have.
There is a difference in losing to Ohio State
Sure.
in your first playoff game versus losing to Ohio State in the final.
Yeah, but to me, you sound like, I don't know. That's crybaby coward stuff. And I love that Lanning's like, no, dude, you got to play them eventually. And dude, they whooped our ass. But you would have gotten Indiana, Boise, the winner of that, and then you would have played.
I thought you said Indiana, Penn State. No, Penn State. You said Penn State earlier.
Oh, I'm sorry. Indiana, Boise, the winner of that, you would have got. Then in the second round, had you won, you would have gotten Notre Dame, Clemson, or Penn State, depending on how that goes.
Yeah.
And then on the bottom half of that bracket, you would have had some version of Texas, Georgia, Ohio State, and there you go.
Ohio State would have come out of the bottom.
Yes.
So you would have had to get through Notre Dame, Clemson, or Penn State, because you probably beat Boise State or Indiana. You would have had to get through Notre Dame, Clemson, or Penn State. Now, you just played Penn State in the Big Ten title game. It was a pretty good game. They could have beat you, and I think Notre Dame could have clipped them.
Well, I would also like to point out for any Oregon fan that thinks that this would have been some sort of primrose path, Boise State had you on the ropes.
Yeah, that's true.
So, and that was at Autzen Stadium. So just, be careful with the, oh, well, it would have gone. You don't know. Point is, that's what was laid before you. You had the opportunity in front of you. You were the undefeated #1 team in the country, and you got drilled. And that sucks. But the excuses.
Well, this is better. This
is better.
This is better. They're going to straight seeding, and that will only be for next year.
Yeah.
Because then they're doing a whole different. They're expanding the playoff, and it's going to be a whole thing. So I don't know what they're going to end up doing with conference championship games, but I think that's the most interesting part of.
Yeah.
Well, that and how many teams they go to in the tournament.
If I had to change one thing, it wouldn't even be the seeding. The long layoff, I think, is the biggest pile of crap.
Totally.
I've always think the long layoff is brutal.
You got to get that going earlier.
Yes, you're much better off. Give them a week, right?
Yeah,
maybe 10 days, but this.
Yeah, 1 week is fine.
Should we just kill conference championship games and do a 1 week gap and then go? Right
I have said this for under the old system when you went to the bowl games, to the BCS, and then the college football playoff, the 4-team in this. It's just not a good way to judge the best team when you take a month off and then go back out and try to play. That to me is a much bigger deal than who you play in the seeding, because you got to get through everybody eventually. So buckle them up. But the month off, I don't like. If I was an Oregon fan, that would bug me more than anything else.
Well, will we have a college sports commission next on The Fan?
The home
In other college football news, we will not be getting a college sports commission.
No. May not be. I mean, we did talk a lot about this while you were gone. The absolute S show that is college football right now is pretty alarming. We had a guest on yesterday, and I know you don't follow this that closely because it's just, it's absurd, but I have no idea where eventually this all ends, but the NCAA cannot take their head out of their ass long enough and to figure anything out. And now the Power Four conferences are just trying to do what the old NCAA was doing. And they're just going to keep getting sued into oblivion.
What do you mean? What are you talking about? Like the Power Four leagues are trying to just be the new NCAA?
Yeah, so the NCAA, while you were gone, came out. Charlie Baker, who's the new president, and the NCAA basically said,
Chuck.
Yeah, said this is all on the Power Four conferences. Like, we can't enforce this. They're going to be in charge of their own rules, their own enforcement.
Are we talking NIL stuff? And
yes,
like
everything.
Which means the conferences could then evict members who didn't comply with what the rules are.
Yeah, that's what I was going to bring that up. I read that today. They're talking about expulsion.
So basically, the Power Four started sending around memos to all the Power Four schools saying that, hey, this is the new set of rules that we are trying to implement. And if you don't, here are the new punishments. And one of the things in there is that our rules supersede state law, which I'm not certain if you're familiar with the way that the law works, but yeah, that's not a thing. So like Tennessee and like 11 other states passed rules, like laws, basically saying you can't cap what college athletes make because, well, it's illegal. And the courts have said it's illegal. So the new Power Four, basically the new NCAA, is coming in and saying, we are going to cap what athletes can make. We get to decide how much that is. We get to decide what NIL is legit and not. Oh, and by the way, they said that under their initial review, basically 90% of current NIL deals would be illegal under their new rule set, and that the ones that would be allowed, they said it's about 10 to 15% of them. The average one of those is around $10,000 as opposed to the millions of dollars that kids are making. And if you decide that you are going to violate these rules, one of the things that they can do, kick you out of the conference. Oh, and then by the way,
they can't sue.
They want you to say that you can't sue.
Yeah, I read that today.
And states,
but wasn't that part of the isn't that part of the House settlement?
No,
this is a totally separate thing.
They just want this to be the new rule set.
This is as a reaction to the House settlement.
And states are lining up just laughing their ass off, and attorneys everywhere being like, "Are you familiar with antitrust laws? Because this is everything that the NCAA tried to do for 100 years, that over the last 10 years, every single court in America has said, no.
So they're out of ideas and they just want to hold on to what they have.
Yes.
It's pretty much
so the only thing that anyone can really think is that they feel that maybe in this new political climate, that maybe the government will come in and grant them a no countsies.
Because they are working on that.
Yes.
They're working on legislation to govern all this.
Yes.
That's their best bet, to let Ted Cruz handle it.
It's their only hope at this point because, believe it or not, this model that they just proposed might be the dumbest one that we've seen thrown out yet. And yet it's the one that the Power Four are like, how many times can a court tell you that you can't do this? And then you're like, yeah, but what about this?
Hey, can't blame the Beavs and Cougs.
No.
They're not in the Power Four.
They're not in the Power Four.
They're not a part of this.
So, it's just...
Dog and pony show.
So this is just going to be... The House settlement will eventually get passed. And then if you try to do this, you're just going to get sued and you're going to lose. And then you're going to come to the table again and lose again. And eventually, someone's going to have to either come with congressional intervention, or you just allow the players to become employees and then you collectively bargain and then we end up there.
Well, that's kind of where we thought it was headed anyway.
And we did have a lady on yesterday who was a sports business reporter, and they were saying that not even at this point an executive order from the president would stand up. This would have to be a new law that was passed by Congress. And as of right now, that's just...
Yeah, like at the federal level.
Well,
Yeah,
they've been saying they've been working on that forever.
Yeah, but there's no traction, no nothing. Because again,
because they can't agree on anything.
Well, you would basically be saying that every industry in America and kind of the world, but every industry that does business in America has to abide by roughly the same set of rules. And you're now going to say that college athletics, which is a $1 billion business, is the one that doesn't have to. And the reason why they don't have to is we don't like it. Like, that's the only argument you have is
sounds about right.
We like the way it was before when we didn't have to pay anything. And we don't want that to change, because if it does change, then all the other little sports that this funds, we're not going to be able to fund. And we don't like that. And courts usually don't like the only argument to be, I don't like something.
It's very brazen to take this stance at this point.
It's unbelievable.
You know,
it's unbelievable. Tennessee, the Tennessee Attorney General and like the governor have already come out and just basically like laughed and was like, what?
This is like one of the few times where well, not one of the few, but you know what I mean? Like, generally speaking, our view of government is not great.
Yeah.
They can never get anything right.
No.
I'm not even talking about any particular party. It's just all a
in
mess.
general.
It's all a mess. We all hate it.
Yeah.
But in this instance, I'm on the side of the government. I am.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, aren't you?
To come in.
You're on the side of the Power Four?
Oh, no. Sorry.
Yeah, the government is the only...
I thought you were saying you wanted an antitrust exemption to come in and let them keep doing that.
I'm saying
we're going to stop.
Yes.
Really, the only... Like, Ted... I read today. I was reading an article on this today. Just talking about the exact same things you're bringing up there. And they were saying Ted Cruz and Cory Booker are putting their two little bald heads together and
trying to come up with something.
And I'm rooting for like that.
Yeah.
Normally those, the government can't get out of its own way, but
it's just,
in this instance, maybe they'll save the day.
The idea that the Power Four think that in any shape or form that this could work is such... these are really smart people from smart institutions. And you're like, what? And by the way, what would happen the first time that you tried to kick Ohio State or Tennessee out of your conference? I'm guessing that the multi-billion-dollar TV deal that Fox and ESPN signed, I'm guessing they would like a word about kicking those schools out of your conference. I mean, it's just... there's not another business on the planet that would attempt to run their business this way, and yet the NCAA is like, well, this isn't us anymore, it's the Power Four. Yeah, we may have lost in court 1,000 times, but has the Power Four lost in court? It's like they only have one playbook.
All right. Good times.
Hey, we understand the players can make money, but we only want them to make this much.
Well, I can see why they want that.
Yeah, but
good luck.
You don't get to cost control things like that.
A lot of times you can grease these little politicians.
Sure.
Ted Cruz, his or Cory Booker, their stances may change after a few $1 million in their bank account.
Well,
I love Tesla.
And that's the other one
You know what
she was talking about. She said that already the NCAA has put forth a $15 million lobbying campaign with the best PR firm and the best lobbyists to try to...
And see, that's why they think they can get away with it.
They're going to try to put a spin on it. But,
well, that's what... I mean, that's how you get what you want in this country, if you've got the money.
I'll tell you what, to know that you're the only business that gets something like this, this could be a tough one. Because remember, it's not one or two people. You have to have this pass through and make it a federal law.
You got to convince all of them.
Yeah,
the majority of them.
This is it's a ballsy move, but
all right.
Good luck. Good luck on that.
Let's get to in the new as saucy tea sausage news. Now, I'm treading lightly here because I was not here the last several days. Yeah. Did you talk about saucy tea sausage?
The most terrifying thing to ever happen to the city of Portland?
Saucy tea sausage?
Have you seen saucy?
Well, yeah, that's what I'm bringing. So you guys have already talked about it, is what I'm asking.
He's terrifying.
Okay. Yeah.
I mean, not in great detail, but we're afraid.
Well, the Late Show lit him up.
I am equally intrigued and horrified.
Well, we'll get to it next. I mean, we'll do it again. I don't know. In the news is next. Here's Buck.
Now, from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on 1080 The Fan.
Brought to you by Crunch Fitness. Memberships as low as $9.99 per month. Find your Crunch Time in Portland, Vancouver, and online at crunch.com. First on the Fan. On the hardwood tonight, Game 2 of the Western Conference Finals between the Timberwolves and Thunder in Oklahoma City. They'll tip it off in about an hour over on ESPN. Thunder lead that series 1-0 and are favored by 7.5 tonight. The NBA's all defense teams have been announced. Blazers forward Tumani Kamara earning second team honors. Meanwhile, in Denver, the Nuggets have removed the interim tag from head coach David Adelman after their run to Game 7 in the Western Conference semis. On the ice tonight, Game 2 of the Eastern Conference Finals as the Hurricanes try to salvage a home split before the series shifts to Florida. Puck drops at 5 o'clock on TNT. In college football news, the playoff committee has approved a new seeding model effective immediately. In this new model, the top 4 ranked teams in the country will earn the top 4 seeds and byes. Last season, those seeds and byes went to the top 4 conference champions. On the diamond, the Mariners opening up a 4-game set tonight in Houston. George Kirby's been activated from the IL, will make his first start of the season. Lance McCullers Jr. takes the hill for the Astros. First pitch is at 5:10. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. I'm Ryan Buckley, the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Hurt and missing work, insurance companies acting like jerks. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
It's back. The 11th annual Fan Golf Classic at Langdon Farms Golf Club happens Tuesday, June 24th. Presented by your local Toyota dealers. Reserve your foursome now at 1080thefan.com.
You know how in other countries the legislators fight each other physically?
Yeah.
You know?
That's kind of fun. You see like the Philippines.
Yeah.
And they're just out there.
Like they
duking it
just
out.
throw haymakers in while they're in
Or
session.
even when they boo and hiss and throw stuff at each other.
That's pretty cool. I think we should have that here. And maybe this college sports legislation will get Ted Cruz and Cory Booker to fight. And then
winner takes all, right?
I would imagine Booker wins that fight.
I don't know, man. Ted might be feisty.
He's Texas scrappy.
Maybe he's an ankle biter. He's got like a knife in his boot.
Well, one of them would need then the advocates.
Yes, especially if Ted Cruz did fight dirty and he went with the Roadhouse knife in the boot and then he shanked Cory Booker and he's like, hey, that's not fair. And Cruz is like, yeah, all's fair, fighting for college football. And then, then we would need a personal injury attorney.
Yes.
And there's only one firm that could take on the likes of that vicious cockfight, and that would be the advocates.
That's
Donican.
Right. Donican, Ken and Donnie, they will help you get back on your feet if you've been injured in an accident, physically, emotionally, mentally, financially. And look, if they can't increase the total amount of money that's coming into your pants, they're going to tell you that. It's about doing what's best for you. So they built a reputation fighting insurance companies. Guys, if you have been injured in an accident, you need more than a lawyer. You deserve an advocate. Go see our friends, Ken and Donnie. Their website is advocateslaw.com.
Keeping that sweet $8 in our pants.
Hey, it's Suk, Vulcan Design and Construction.
It is a Thursday program. Right now, we're going to cut bait on sports. Who cares about that? It's May 22, 2025. It's time for In the News. I'm your noted and humble newsman. Back in the saddle here. Thank you.
True story.
Now,
I really enjoy the show.
Who did
Thank
the news
you.
while I
Bye.
was gone?
That
Were you the news
Well,
newsman?
Buck was the newsman for 3 days, and then I was the newsman for 3. Look. No one person can fill the role.
It always
takes
has to
a
be a
village.
collective team
Yes.
effort here.
No one can fill your shoes, so we get collaborations.
Collab.
Yeah.
It's brought to you by the Advocates, injury attorneys at advocateslaw.com. Thank you. Today is Bitcoin Pizza Day. Did you know that?
Yes.
Oh, is this where the dude?
Yeah.
Yeah, he bought a pizza.
Laszlo
Yeah,
was his name.
it's tough.
I don't know how often he thinks about it,
I'm guessing a lot.
but he was from Florida. And the story goes that in a Bitcoin forum back in, I don't even know what year it was, actually.
It was
What year
this
was
day
that?
15 years ago, so it was 2010.
2010. You were 35? I don't know.
70. I was born in 1978.
Oh, 32. I don't know why I needed to
I don't know. That would seem
come
like
up with
a,
your age.
Good
there.
mathing, though.
seemed like a weird thing.
That was
but,
good math. Thank you.
know.
Anyway, he posts in a forum about Bitcoin that he paid Bitcoin for pizza. Two large pizzas he bought. And
For how many Bitcoin?
It was 10,000 Bitcoin,
10,000.
which at the time was a value of $41.
Yeah.
Okay. At its current price, and I think it just rocketed up again today.
Did it?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like 110,000 per Bitcoin now. That makes what he paid in 2010 for two pizzas a grand total. Two large pizzas he bought for a grand total of $1,050 million.
What?
Yeah.
I don't think that's it. I don't think that's a thing.
Yeah, it's over $1 billion.
Is it really?
Yeah.
It's over $1 billion.
That's the value today.
Yeah. 1 billion. Thank you. And 50 million.
That is.
So basically $1 billion.
He has to. I mean, you're telling me.
He's dead, right?
Also,
Drank himself to death?
did the guys working at the Papa John's just keep it and they can cash out today, or what did they do with it?
Well, although if he had a bunch of Bitcoin, maybe he's not, because maybe he's rich anyways. Like
If he's just like,
That's true.
yeah, if he's just using it to pay for whatever he can because he has so much of it, then maybe he had plenty.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is a good question. I kind of want to know what happened to that guy.
Yeah, I don't know. I would like to think that he held on to that, but I don't know. It's rough. It's a rough thing to go through. $1 billion on a pizza.
Two. He got two pizzas.
And of all the things you could spend it on, a pizza or two pizzas?
Well, I think at that time it was just kind of cool that you could pay with Bitcoin.
Yeah.
There wasn't that much value placed on it.
No, it just feels like maybe there was just, I mean, if you were going to blow it on something, like if you blew it like on a kick-ass party, you could like, oh, I had a great time or whatever, but, pizza?
There's a photo of him and his kids with that pizza.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
I hope the kids enjoyed it.
I guess.
Little less heads.
Yeah, I know.
Also, do you know what you don't know about that whole story?
No, what do we got?
They are saying that it's not just the 10,000 Bitcoin he spent on those two large pizzas.
Yeah.
They are saying that he spent as much as 79,000 Bitcoin on follow-up pizza purchases that year.
So, yeah, he blew, yeah.
He spent over $8 billion on pizza.
He just couldn't believe that this little digital thing he had could
Yeah.
be used as currency, and he's like, well, I might as well use it
Right.
while I can.
Yeah. To him, it was the coolest thing ever.
Yeah.
Yeah. That, boy, that hurts.
Bitcoin's at 110K, man.
That really, really hurts.
Pretty good.
Sorry, my man. Hey, you live and learn, right? I guess.
I do not see any follow-up stories on how he's doing.
Maybe he
I'm
just
looking
went
for it
into
too.
hiding at that point. Just because if he blew through all that Bitcoin, I mean,
Oh. Okay. All right.
is he doing okay?
Well, he's around. They say he is editor-in-chief of Block Space Media. He also freelances for CoinDesk, Forbes, and Bitcoin Magazine.
Okay, well,
So he's turned it into a media empire.
Got a story to tell.
Maybe he's doing all right. Who knows?
And he has not revealed whether he has kept any of his Bitcoin.
And maybe he never will. Maybe he is worth billions and he just shuts up about it.
Well, if he is, he probably wouldn't be working.
Maybe he's one of those guys that likes to work, you know?
Now to the bangers. You said you've discussed Saucy T Sausage.
I don't know how you can't.
Yeah, it's a big story.
He is my favorite, and also, I guess he's the best thing and the worst thing to ever happen to minor league sports in Portland history.
Well, the same group that did the Pickles has a soccer team called the Portland Bangers, and it is a hot dog shaped mascot for the new soccer team. His name is Saucy T Sausage.
Well, it's not just a hot dog because he's got wieners coming out of his head.
He does, yes, he does. And the late he's gone viral because the Late Show with Stephen Colbert has now grilled him in Tuesday's episode during the regular. Meanwhile, I'm sorry, what?
Is that a pun?
Probably
grilled him.
Yes, that is a pun. I didn't even look at that. Look at that. Will you look at that? In Tuesday's episode, during the regular Meanwhile segment, the host showed an image of Saucy, complete with a string of small-sized sausages trailing down from his, head. As the audience laughed, Colbert said, "Oh my God, not only is he horrifying, he's wearing his own children as hair."
Yeah. And I feel like in a fight, like you swing those around and it's like nunchucks. They're like wiener nunchucks.
Colbert continued, according to a spoke banger, Saucy T Sausage is known for his slightly overcooked ego, constant flexing, and belief that he's Portland's sexiest piece of meat. It's kind of like you.
And the video, the release video is Dylan T. Pickle.
Yeah.
Created him in a lab.
Yeah.
And then, like, if you've seen the video, like, he creates Saucy T Sausage, and then, like, Dylan's laying on the ground, and the naked sausage is standing over the top of him, and there's like a scowl on his face. And I'm telling you, that image will haunt me forever.
Nightmare fuel.
It is nightmare fuel, but at the same time, it kind of excites me. It's a fear and pleasure thing all rolled into one.
Colbert continued, he said, "I'm not sure if this says sexy. I think this says I'm about to commit a home invasion. He looks like a porno version of the Grinch."
I can see that. Look, I'll tell you what, Saucy T Sausage is if he's single, he's out and about in Portland getting things done. His dance card is full. And much like the Pickles that hit it out of the park, dude, the Bangers are doing a great job. I need myself an official Bangers jersey is what I need.
Where do they play, the Bangers?
I think they play over at I think they might play at UP if I'm not mistaken.
And
I think that's right.
Who do they play?
It's just an independent soccer league.
It's like a USL Division II, so it's like a couple tiers down from the MLS, but essentially it's the Pickles for soccer.
Do they have pretty cool gear?
Yeah, dude,
go on their website.
They got good stuff, and I think their season tickets are already sold out.
We got that wrong when I initially reported it. Their home opener has sold out. But you can still get tickets to the other games.
Well, I'm looking here. It says that, but yeah, you can grab your single game tickets, but I'm on their website. It says 2025 season tickets are sold out.
Okay.
Wow.
Dude, the Bangers are killing it, man.
We love soccer here.
Well, it's Soccer City, and now we're Banger City.
Yeah. We should start a soccer team.
Yeah, and they are playing at the University of Portland Stadium.
They're over there.
Yeah,
on the bluff, as they say.
On the bluff.
Maybe Swigard can get involved. Isn't he the voice of the
I
pilot?
could see Swag being the voice
Hold
of the
on,
Bangers.
everybody.
Could you call soccer?
It's over.
I could.
And the guy is running, and other guys are running, and he kicks the ball.
I go to enough soccer because I go to all the Timbers games. I know enough that I think I could ham and egg my way through
I mean,
it.
you know that they televise soccer games where people do play-by-play, right?
Well, yeah. I'm saying, could we do it?
Oh, could you do it?
Yeah. I'm not saying it's impossible, Buckley.
It sounded like you're asking if a person like
no,
could do it.
No, I'm saying if I called a soccer game,
yeah.
I don't know what it would sound like, but I'm guessing it wouldn't be very good. And he passes it over the blue line.
Well, have you seen the
to the red line?
There's a great hockey clip where
he shoots and he scores.
The fog had come up and no one could see anything, and so the announcer was like, "The little guy passes over." Like, it's a famous clip where you couldn't see anything, and so it was just doing the.
Well, let's get that. Can you get that, Buckley? Yeah. You find that? By the way, Buckley's hair looking great today.
I know, right? He
great haircut.
Got all cut, and he's doing a big side part.
Very sexy. Is that for Father's Day coming up?
No, it was just overdue. It was about 2 months since my last cut. Went to the barber before I came in today.
Very, very sexy.
Oh, you also missed it too that while you were gone, Mrs. Buckley did chime in, and we further have proof that Ryan Buckley has no say in what
Suk
goes on.
was making some deal about whether or not I have control of the thermostat in my home, and invoking the Karen related things, and yeah, Kim weighed in.
So she controls the therm?
Yeah.
Really?
I don't need control of the thermostat.
And you allow this?
Yeah, everyone seems to think it's a big deal.
Buckley is playing the I don't even want control of the thermostat.
As I told Suk, my wife has gotten on my case about not having the app for our thermostat because she would like some help with it sometimes.
Look, we're at that point now where Buckley's having to try to pretend that like this isn't all one big.
It's overwhelming evidence.
It is. It's exactly what
I'm
I
a
said.
happy man.
In a court of law,
what else do I need?
this is the glove fitting.
But I mean-
it's damning evidence against it.
If you say the temperature's comfortable, the question is when you get cold and you're like, God dang, I got to turn up the heat. You can't do that?
No, I can walk over and do that, but she has the app on her phone that will
So
for
she'll
away from
change it.
home.
Yeah.
Like if we're, we turn the heat down because we're on vacation, and we come back, she can turn it back on again. She's like, it'd be nice if you could do that once in a while.
I just enjoyed that she was listening and immediately texted in.
Yeah, that's right.
Wow. She listens?
Not often. She happens to be.
The new Florida man.
I like that Rob was like, really?
I'm going to tread lightly.
You don't have control of that thermostat.
I'm scared of her. I don't even know her.
Exactly. I know.
But that. He's
I'm
texting her right
I'm
now.
guessing there's a text coming in.
Yeah,
Right
well,
now.
no, I'm trying to see what she sent the other day.
Well, and the worst part is we also found out that his damn stepdad rats him out. The stepdad texts his wife about things that we're talking about.
I know, I heard that.
He's got a rat in the hen house. What are we doing?
I think we need to get rid of Buckley.
I mean, seriously.
So my wife said, glad we agree on the thermostat, and that Karen got another shout out. Technically, we were talking about thermostat wars here. And she said, to be clear, I would love it if you had thermostat app on your phone so that you could help.
That means when she tells you to change the thermostat, you can. You don't.
That's right.
Buckley does not have any
Which is
sort
why
of
I'm fine
control.
not having control, Suk.
Wow, she turned that into like, I need you to help me a little bit more on the thermostat.
That's what's going on here. It's not a she controls everything. It's like, hey, would you do something once in a while?
Buckley's trying to put a spin on this. He wants the Labradoodle. He wants the Subaru. He's fine not
I can
having
have it all,
thermostat-
damn it.
thermostat control. Hey, just be happy she's letting you do your Clydesdale sprint thing.
That's right.
Well, I will say, isn't this a tough time of year for therm control in Portland because it gets pretty chilly?
This
like,
is one of those things.
We're
I
always
swear to
flipping
God,
back and forth.
I don't care. I don't want anything to do with
Oh,
it.
I care a lot.
You're damn right. I care.
Yeah, it matters. This is a big thing. As a matter of fact, it's one of the bigger things in the house.
Thank you.
The temperature of the
That's
home.
what I'm saying.
You
Look,
can't be uncomfortable in there.
It's a damning piece of evidence against Ryan Buckley. Damning. Like, it's one of those where CNN
Yeah, that
would,
my house is so temperate. Oh, no.
CNN would have to break in with, like, live updates, shocking developments from the trial. And there'd be, like, that sketch drawing of Buckley on the stand looking all like he doesn't know what's happening. Then there'd be spin control. His PR firm would be like, no. It's not
I need
what
no
you think."
PR because I have no crisis when it comes to the thermostat.
Well, if Buckley winds up dead one day, we know what happened.
Yep.
He touched the
He
therm.
touched the thermostat. That's a no-no.
All right, the new Florida man is Oregon man. That's next on The Fan.
This is the Fan's Window into Sports, a view into today's top stories. Brought to you by Window Nation, online at windownation.com.
Halliburton. He'll take it. He'll backpedal a three for the win. And he got it!
That's all you can do in that instant is just laugh. Like, what just happened?
Pretty amazing.
Yeah.
The ball was out of the shot. Like,
Yeah.
you could not see the ball on the
Yeah.
TV.
And then just
And
halo
then
its
it just
way back
comes
in.
straight down into the hoop, the basketball ring. Can you believe
It's
that?
like an angels in the outfield sort of thing. There was just a dead spirit shoving that thing through the, as Ted Cruz says, the basketball ring.
60% off and a free entry door when you purchase a house of windows right now from Window Nation. Plus, pay nothing until 2027. Free estimate at windownation.com or 866-90-NATION.
Check out the Fan Merch Locker.
There's a lot of people. It's like Woodstock, except everybody's got their clothes on.
We have a new iconic 1080 The Fan logoed hoodie for you.
Whenever you get one, you feel good about it.
You can still pick up the classic Fan t-shirt that says,
All right, time for one more story here on In the News. You noted newsman back in the saddle here. Thank you. Thank you. God. Please be seated. Yeah,
the people
thank God
needed their news.
That's right. Well, you know, Florida man, that's a thing.
Sure.
And it's usually some tweaker doing something stupid.
Florida man does not disappoint.
No, never does. Florida man's a thing. Oregon man, I feel like, is a thing, too.
We're creeping up?
Yeah, but it's a different archetype, right? It's like Oregon man is a little bit more hippie version of Florida man, you know?
Yeah.
With less crime and more just weird things.
Yeah. I had a guy yesterday ask me for a ride when I was buying a drink from a 7-Eleven type place. Mm-hmm. And then he offered me like $3 to give him a ride. And I don't know if he wasn't necessarily homeless, but he was very moist. He was very wet. And I really couldn't understand him. And it was, that's kind of what, when you said like Oregon man, that's like kind of what he was waiting for me outside. I thought he was asking for money, but he had money. And then when I got him to kind of slow down, he needed a ride back to his wife, the best I can figure. And that was a no.
I'm sorry.
I'm not going to
I'm not going that
way.
direction.
Not going that way.
If I were, I would take you.
Yeah, absolutely. Good luck on your moisture. Again, he's very wet.
Oregon man goes viral for quitting his job, buying a boat, and sailing to Hawaii with his cat.
Yeah.
Oliver in Phoenix. We hit this in the club.
So you've already hit this. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, Oliver Widger And Phoenix is the cat, yes.
Yeah,
Okay.
he's like a internet celebrity now.
Yeah, seems like a pretty chill bro.
Yeah.
He's went to Clackamas, 29-year-old guy. He's sailing from Oregon to Hawaii, and he has no open ocean experience at all.
Because what could possibly go wrong?
Yeah, and he has a rare spinal condition, but
he's got a cat.
But he's winning
He's
hearts.
got a cat and an Instagram account, and good luck to him. Yeah, I think he's raised, I want to say he had raised like 50 grand or something.
Decent amount of money.
Yeah, he cashed out his 401k.
Which, he should have thrown some like racial slurs in there. Did you see that lady has raised like 700 grand?
Wait, what lady is that?
You didn't see that, the lady on the playground that was calling the little kid the N-word?
No.
Yeah. There was a gal.
Just here locally?
No. This might have been in the Midwest. I can't believe you didn't know this.
Never heard this story.
Yeah, it's like maybe two weeks ago. She's on the playground and with her kid, and apparently there was another kid who was like 8 or something, and either he was milling around in her bag or was doing something with her kid, because it just the video starts up and there's a guy being like, "Did you just call that little kid the N-word?" And she's like, "Yeah, I did." And she starts calling him the N-word over and over and over again, and like a little kid. And then, so of course, her name got released and it went public.
Oh yeah, doxer.
And so she started a GoFundMe account.
My mom is adorably racist.
She raised like $600,000-$700,000. People started donating money to her.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's kind of sad.
She's like an ex-stripper and like had a bunch of crimes, and she seems like kind of a bit of a rough life. But yeah, apparently she just called this little kid the N-word a bunch of times, and people gave her hundreds of thousands of dollars.
It does feel like there's a nice haven if you say the wrong things intentionally these days for some people.
Yeah, there's a whole crew of people that are like, yeah.
You know what? If I want to boost my own personal stock, I can hit a home run with these ones right over here.
Well, like, this is kind of a fun story. Well, the guy ends up with a spinal condition. No. The Felix.
Yeah, he wants to sail around the world.
Yeah, the guy finds out, hey, I don't know how much longer I have being upright and whatever. So he's like, I'm cashing in my chips. I'm buying a boat, and I'm going to do something really cool. And
his name's Oliver, not
Oliver.
Felix.
Yeah, but the cat's Phoenix.
Oh, Phoenix, yes.
Yeah, right?
I thought you said Felix.
Yeah.
Like Felix the cat. The cat's name is Phoenix.
Oh,
like this.
yeah, Phoenix.
Like the city.
So,
great.
And that raises like 50, 60 grand. This lady, who calls the black child the N-word multiple times, she has indeed. It is over 700. The kid was 5 years old.
God.
5-year-old boy, a racial slur multiple times on the playground. It is now over $700,000 through Christian fundraising platform Give Send Go. A Christian platform has raised almost $750,000 for the woman that was calling a little kid the N-word, and this was in Minneapolis.
And she gets to keep that dough?
She gets to keep the dough.
That scratch there?
Yes.
What?
So she wants to relocate her family and get away from the limelight because her life has, been ruined
by herself.
Her
life has been ruined by her.
Yeah, somebody caught her being herself, and that was a problem.
She said she used the word out of frustration because the boy went through her 18-month-old child's diaper bag. So she said, I called the kid out for what he was. Adding that the online videos have caused my family and myself great turmoil. Yeah. She got
Well, thanks for that story.
$700,000.
All right, coming up next, let's check in on the Pac-12.
Let's.
That's in the news, brought to you by the Advocates Injury Attorneys at advocateslaw.com for May 22nd, 2025 on The Fan.
Swag here, and the spring weather has me needing to get my golf
Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on 1080 The Fan.
Ryan Buckley with this SportsCenter update. First on the Fan on the hardwood tonight, Game 2 of the Western Conference Finals between the Timberwolves and the Thunder in Oklahoma City. Thunder leading that series 1-0. Tip-off coming up at the bottom of the hour over on ESPN. Thunder are favored by 7.5. The NBA's all-defense team has been announced, and Blazers forward Toumani Camara has earned second-team honors. In Denver, the Nuggets have removed the interim tag from head coach David Adelman. On the ice, Game 2 of the Eastern Conference Finals as the Hurricanes try to salvage a home split before the series shifts to Florida. Puck drops between the Canes and Panthers in just a matter of moments on TNT. In college football news, the playoff committee has approved a new seeding model that will be effective immediately. In the new model, the top 4 teams ranked nationally will earn the top 4 seeds and the 4 byes. Last season, those 4 spots went to the top 4 conference champions. And on the diamond, the Mariners open a 4-game set tonight in Houston. George Kirby's been activated from the IL. He'll make his first start of the season. Lance McCullers Jr. takes the hill for the Astros. First pitch from Houston in just a matter of moments. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. Ryan Buckley, the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Hurt and missing work? Insurance companies acting like jerks? Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
The Fan Merch Locker has a new black 1080 The Fan hoodie, as well as classic long and short sleeve tees. Get yours now at 1080thefan.com.
Good afternoon. At the tone, Pacific Daylight Time will be...
It's 5 o'clock. 5 o'clock.
One step closer to my own personal hell.
This is Primetime on Sports Radio 1080 The Fan.
We expect the best. We're not afraid to break someone. Do you hear me?
Primetime is your source for the best in local, regional, and national sports.
Go ahead and clap. Mediocrity deserves applause.
Isaac Robb.
I'm miserable. I had to get up at 10 o'clock this morning.
Jason Sakanet.
I'm a dude playing a dude disguised as another dude.
Primetime on 1080 The Fan.
All right. Welcome back. Hope you're having a nice little Thursday. It is me, Rob, one half of your sports bros, and I am back.
Yes.
From a trek across the great American West. Make America great, bitch. And boy, you thought there was nothing out there?
Yeah.
I confirm. There is nothing out there.
But you said you had a good time. Road trips.
Oh, yeah.
Road trips are inherently fun.
It was fun.
Yeah.
We had a lot of whiskey.
Not while driving.
Well, yeah. I mean, when we're done.
Yeah.
Because that's why you drive fast.
Yeah.
Is so you can get to the whiskey faster.
But you got the walkie-talkies going.
Yeah.
And,
we were watching the PGA Championship.
Not while driving, or were you?
No, it was while we were driving.
It's like a Cannonball Run, man. You're like Smokey and the Bandit out there.
Yeah.
You've got to kick him off the tour.
The semi-truck drivers are kind of annoying.
Yeah.
Because there's a lot of them on those
I think
freeways
that's
out there.
the only people that are out there. And...
Generally, yeah.
Yeah.
And they're kind of annoying because when they want to pass each other, they don't really wait for you to get by before they... You know what I mean?
Well, to be fair, they'd
never pass.
They're on important things. You are not.
Yeah. It's just, they're just kind of, look, they were a bee in our
They
bonnet.
inconvenience you, and you don't like that.
They sure did.
The truckers.
They sure did. I respect them too, but not all of them. It's like anything else.
Only some.
Some of them are a-holes, but others are great.
All right.
So we had a lot of fun. But I will tell you, coming up tonight in the club, I'll tell you, I think that I have found...
Punch it, bitch!
The profession, it's not a profession, the job that is producing the most disgruntled workers. I think I found it. And it was on this trip.
I'm excited about this.
I mean, it was...
Because there are definitely professions where you run across and that person is they're just miserable.
And we're going to have to power rank the jobs and or professions that create the most anger.
Yeah.
But boy, these people.
Yeah. And the happiest people, I contend, are Chick-fil-A employees. I've never seen anything like it. I have no idea why they're so damn happy.
There is something going on there.
I'm convinced it's some sort of weird lobotomy sort of thing, like some sort of weird Christian propaganda brainwash. But you shouldn't be happy. You're working at a chicken place, but every one of those sons of guns is the happiest effing person you will ever encounter.
Maybe it's like prison where you get benefits at the commissary or something for good behavior.
I think they have electrodes like in places that shouldn't be there, and then if they catch you frowning, they give you a little zzz.
What if it's real life severance? It's like Lumen Industries over there.
Something is happening.
Oh, yes.
Because no one should be that happy. The other day, it was one of those rainy afternoons, and sometimes like if I'm in a rush, you just swing by one chicken Sammy out the door. My dude's out there in the rain. He's got his little poncho, and he's doing like a
Nice
little.
can be, I bet.
He's just doing a little shimmy shake out there. He's got his card reader, and I was like, I don't know if I've ever been as happy in my life as you are right now, and I was jealous, but also very suspicious of why you're that happy taking drive-through chicken orders.
Aren't they well trained though? Like
I don't know.
Yeah, they will never tell you you're welcome after you say thank you. They will always respond with "It's my pleasure."
Yeah.
Like
so they got a whole bit.
They got a whole thing
and they
on.
train well. You know who else does that?
They should be in charge of the rest of the country then. Whoever is in charge of Chick-fil-A should be running our country.
Ooh. I don't know about that.
They are.
But,
well, nothing was
closed
open
on
Sunday
Sundays because of God.
I'm telling you, they're dominating the dojo over there, and they make a strong bird.
You know who else does that really well is Dutch Brothers.
Yeah.
Have you ever been?
Yeah.
I don't really go there, but my kid does.
See,
and they are all well trained to talk you up and even kind of like.
See, this is where I'm going to
draw a little flirting going on there.
I find the Dutch Brother people to be annoying and leave me alone, where the Chick-fil-A people, it's the right amount of happiness without being over.
They're serving you.
Yes.
They're not talking to you.
Because I don't
Because you don't, they're just peasants.
Yes.
You just need to be served. Please.
But they're
I don't
delightful peasants.
I don't need the small talk.
Yeah, well, because I'm not a coffee drinker.
Because Dutch Bros will talk to you.
Yeah, occasionally the BTJ or someone will be like, hey, will you go grab me a coffee? I'm like, sure. And if I end up having to go to a Dutch Brothers, hey, you got any exciting? Can you just?
Yeah, that's I hear what
I
you're
will
saying.
give you
hit the gym today, bro. Love it.
I
Love
will
it.
give you $2 to stop talking to me. Whereas the Chick-fil-A people are just happy. They're like, here you go, sir. Here's your absolutely. In 2 seconds, here's going to be your order. I got a smile. We're both feeling good about it, and then we go about our merry way.
They stay out of your business, but they just do their job well and with a smile.
Yes.
And they're polite.
They're phenomenal.
What you're saying about Dutch Brothers is how I've always felt about the bank. Anytime, and I've complained about this before.
It's fake.
But oh my God, stop talking to me. Just give me my money.
Yes.
It's really annoying. How's your day? What are you doing today? What's this? Are you going on a vacation? Shut up.
Thank you. Just be. You can give great service and cheery service without going over the top.
Bye, bitch.
And sometimes you go over the hill, and I think over the hill is Dutch Brothers. Whereas Chick-fil-A, if everyone that you encountered in your day had the same tenor and just basic feel of the Chick-fil-A employee, your life, aces.
Everyone has like the attitude of like a 1950s suburb. It's just like happy-go-lucky and like
utopia.
That's why I think there's
like
there's some sort of weird Stepford Wife things going on. But I'll tell you what, if on the rare occasion I'm like I need to just go by and grab some fast food, I will find a Chick-fil-A. Like why would I go anywhere else? Those people are amazing.
Yeah, somebody said the difference between Chick-fil-A and Dutch Brothers, Chick-fil-A is happy and fast. Dutch Brothers is overly chatty and slow.
That day, this was like maybe a week or two ago, that I encountered my man in the drizzle that had my chicken sandwich. I got my chicken sandwich still in line at the drive-thru. I had to but they came and handed me my chicken sandwich when I was still 2 cars away from the window. That's how fast it was. I didn't even know they came up, knocked on my window. Jason, yes, here's your chicken sandwich. And I'm like, whoa, I'm still in line. I was like, well, now I've got line chicken. They are the most efficient, happy, whatever, industry ever. They're killing it.
Well, all of that to tease ahead to the club. That's all that whole
That's
segment
all that
was. Yeah,
the opposite of that.
I also have
Chick-fil-A got a lot of free pub.
The best time of day for these 9 essential things. We now know the actual best time of day you should be doing these things.
All right.
And we'll get to that.
Suddenly a lot to look forward to.
In the club tonight, 6 to 7. We have a playoff slump buster coming up. I have a Scotty Scheffler number for you.
Please say it correctly.
What are you talking about?
Scotty Scheffler.
Thank you. I don't like when you don't pronounce
it's better
it with
when
an
you do it,
Australian
but someone
accent.
had to.
Scotty Scheffler.
Thank you.
Yes.
That makes me.
Scotty Scheffler.
Yeah. That's the Chick-fil-A of names, and I would appreciate it if you said that. Thank you.
Coming up next, we'll check in on what's going on with the Pac-12. Remember them? Next on The Fan.
The home of Dirt and Spray.
I'm Dirt.
You
1080 The Fan.
Well, I would say there's a lot going on with the Pac-12, but there really isn't. But there kind of is.
I'm very confident.
Yeah. Yeah, there's a lot of things going. You know what? There are kind of a few things. Because you forget about the poor little Pac-12.
Sure.
Out
It's
there.
the Pac-12.
Trying to get themselves right, the new league.
Well, they're not going to get themselves right. They're going to get themselves somewhere, but...
Well, look, they're trying to piece that bitch back together, and they're getting there. So Scott Barnes came out and said that the media deal for 2026 and beyond is close.
Yeah. And they've been talking about this. I want to say I saw something maybe 3-4 weeks ago that kind of said the same thing. So,
but I don't know how they could be close if they don't have all the members yet. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
because
I mean,
they're still like the key is like who they're going to add because they need one or two more.
The problem
football
is
only.
that my guess is that whatever TV deal they have
doesn't really matter.
It doesn't really matter. They know that the TV deal that they're striking is going to be with multiple partners. We know that there's going to be a streaming platform to that. That's all the talk, and it's going to be more just about inventory. There's not. I mean, I hate to say this. There's not a single school in there that moves any sort of needle. So this is just about inventory. So, hey, we don't have all the teams, but we know eventually we're going to have X number of games. So there's not like a market that's going to increase the value of this. So the deal will be whatever the deal is.
So he said there will be it will have a primary platform that includes free to market cable and streaming, like you mentioned. But that we will look for soon. But as for who will join the Pac-12, they're saying that Tulane is a hot name now.
Yeah, because they're going to go back. I mean, as it stands, we have Oregon State, Washington State, Boise State, Fresno State, Colorado State, San Diego State, Utah State, and then Gonzaga is non-football.
Tell you what, you might not like your lot in the whole conference alignment here, but road trips to New Orleans don't suck.
Yeah, and so they're going to go. They're going to go back and start circling back around to the teams that originally told them no, and see if you can't shake.
Because Tulane. Yeah, they were like, get out of here. But because back then there were too many unknowns. Like they didn't have any framework of a media deal.
Yeah.
And so Tulane didn't know what it was getting itself into.
Yeah.
Neither did UTSA or Memphis or any of those.
Yep.
But now apparently they have close to a framework, and Tulane may be jumping, and they like Tulane. They think it's going to be Tulane and maybe UNLV still.
Yeah. So I mean,
which would be really good if they got UNLV. I think
so.
I don't really know why I say that, but it just feels good.
Yeah, I mean, Tulane would be fun. I mean, it gets you in a different footprint.
They have a good football program.
Yeah, Tulane does. And again, it gets you from a time frame standpoint. I think, I don't know, if you're Tulane, does the cost of that, the travel for the other sports, end up being a kick in the groin? I don't know if you saw the UCLA thing, but UCLA put out their, because, they have to do the California Board of Regents. They put out their travel budget and what it actually was. So it was less than what they thought, but it was still a couple extra $1 million.
Yeah.
In travel. So
it's a big deal.
It is a big deal. I want to say it was like, I'll look it up, and I want to say they had budgeted like 4.5, and I think it came in at 3 something. But obviously Tulane probably won't travel the way that they do. But for a TV deal that is going to be probably in the neighborhood of around $10 million a year, I don't know. I'm guessing Tulane is going to have to look at all that and decide, how much of that is worth it, because that would mean New Orleans to the West Coast on a regular basis is that's a tough pill to swallow when you're not making 70 or 80 million extra dollars.
But wouldn't you, if you're a Tulane or a UNLV or even a UTSA, wouldn't you be looking at who they're going to be partnering with? Like that's the biggest thing for them, because that means they can do the math on how many eyeballs they'll be getting, roughly, because if they're, I mean, I don't know who the new Pac-12 media deal is with, but if it's much like the one they just got, ESPN will be involved.
Yeah.
And so then if you're UTSA or Tulane, you're like, well, we could, it's got to be more than they're already making, right?
Well, so
and you can get on networks that you don't normally play on, or you won't play on as much if you're in the other league.
Well, they're on ESPN now. That's who has the American Athletic Conference.
But isn't CBS also a part of the new Pac-12 deal?
Yes, probably. They're going to have a
the CBS Sports Network.
You would think. So
probably not main
Tulane's
CBS.
Making about $7 million off of this TV deal.
Surely this is a better deal.
They think it's everything you're hearing is somewhere in the neighborhood of 10, maybe a little bit more, but about 10. So then that goes back to it's a little extra, 10 million as opposed to 7. The exposure, maybe a little better. I mean, you're already on ESPN, but I would hope that out west it's a little better. It's better brand names.
Yeah.
Washington State, Oregon State, Boise State, it's better brand. So let's say that the TV deal, they could find a way to squeeze out 12. 12 versus 7, and then maybe that defers the extra $1.5 million to $2 million in travel costs.
I don't know why you wouldn't go if you're
Tulane. You're Tulane,
why not?
Then
why wouldn't you?
I would think you do it. I think it would make more sense. Like if I was UNLV, I think that's where I would. If I'm UNLV, I would ask, hey, I know we turned you down the first time, but what about us? Because that would eliminate some of that. But I mean, we'll see what happens.
Eliminate some of what?
The travel.
Oh,
UNLV obviously
they're out west.
They're out west. But one of these schools, from Memphis, Tulane, or UNLV, one of those schools, I would think jumps here to the Pac-12.
Memphis, huh?
Well, I mean, they were ones that originally they circled around, and it was like Memphis, it was Tulane, it was UNLV, and who was the other one?
I thought it was Texas San Antonio.
Might have been Texas San Antonio, and then one was Texas State, and they were all kind of in that boat, and they all kind of said no. But now that you get a TV deal done, I'm assuming that they will circle back to all those, and maybe Tulane is the one that they want to ask first. And then if Tulane says no, then you just go down the list. And the fallback, unfortunately, is Sacramento State.
Whoa.
Well,
but they're investing.
They're
right?
investing. Sacramento State's building a new stadium, and they're bumping up a level. And so Sac State is the one that is saying us, us, us. So if you're the Pac-12, you probably have that in your hip pocket. And, you swing for the bigger fish, and if you don't get it, then, here come Sac State, the Hornets?
Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah, I think that is right.
But,
my Hornets.
So it's, I mean, all these deals, again, it's hard to know because what the future landscape looks like. But when you see the payouts that these other conferences are getting, we do know that, especially once the House Summit comes in and it's revenue sharing, does it really matter where you're already stuck? You're looking for the best of the.
You just get what you can.
You just get what you can.
The Pac-12 did not finish last in the Power 5 in terms of the latest revenue numbers.
Yeah, because they got a bunch of money still coming their way for like the next couple years.
So they beat out the Big 12. This is 23-24. So this was the last year the Pac-12 was the league as we know it, the Pac-12.
I'm very confident.
Yeah, they made $567 million.
Yeah,
better than the Big 12, which was at $494 million.
Well, remember, and they got that war chest coming. I mean, they get all the basketball money for the next couple of years. So there's, it's just going forward. I don't see a path for anyone from the Mountain West to the Pac-12 to the American Athletic Conference. I mean, there's barely a path forward for the Big 12 and the ACC, but I just don't see any path whatsoever for any of those smaller, the now that it's the group of four, to really be relevant. Other than
you can get it in the playoff.
You can get into the playoff. One team is going to get in the playoff,
and that's really what they're battling for.
Yeah,
I mean,
it's
actually kind of a better way to go about it if you're a Oregon State, right? Your schedule is easier, so you have a better chance of making the playoff, as opposed to playing a really tough Power 5 schedule week in and week out, where you're probably not getting into the playoff.
But it just kneecaps. I mean,
financially, it's not good.
So, and then and I'll be interested to see, because Boise was able to field obviously a very competitive team. Right, they gave Oregon a run. Now in the playoff, they kind of got blitzed, but they put together a competitive team. But as this world of NIL keeps going and now revenue sharing, I tend to think that the Boise States and the Oregon States and the Washington States and the schools, UNLV, all those, I feel that talent pool and the coaching pool is going to continue to get diluted. So there will be one of those teams that makes the playoff. Fingers crossed that the Power 4 doesn't just eventually say, we're not going to let you play in this. But I just don't see a path forward where you will become the definition of a feeder system. There just isn't going to be the resources to compete for any sort of continual talent. And then it's going to be hard for coaching staffs and everything. I mean, this thing's it's ramping up now to where it is going to be so expensive to field a really quality team. So even if you took the house settlement just at face value, $20.5 million that you got to split, and then we know that to be a competitive top 10 team, it's 20 million plus in NIL. I mean, and when your TV deal is paying you 10 to 12 million bucks, I don't know where, I just don't know where that comes from. So you're going to exist in your world and you get the best of what you can, and you can still hopefully put together a really good program that's competitive against those schools. But the gap between the haves and the have-nots, which was already enormous, I just think that gap's going to keep growing and growing and growing and growing and growing.
So if you're a Beaver or Coug, one other note from Pac-12 news that you might be interested in is that they are currently in mediation over all the poaching accusations.
Yeah.
With the Mountain West.
Yeah.
And that puts about $100 million at stake.
Sure.
So because the Pac-12 sued the Mountain West because they wanted $55 million in poaching penalties for Fresno, San Diego State, Boise, all them. And then a couple of schools came back and challenged the $19 million per school exit fee, which that the Mountain West wanted from them.
Yeah.
I think Utah State, Colorado State, and maybe Boise were those. And so all of that is under mediation right now.
And so it'll probably end up being settled for a percentage of it. And then, the Pac-12, I will say the Pac-12 ended up with a decent little war chest in all this. And now
they did, but they're going to have to pay here.
Yeah.
Some.
Yeah.
I mean, it won't be $55 million,
No.
but it'll be some.
No.
But they say we won't. All the parties involved are under strict confidentiality, so we're not going to be getting any leaks on this.
I will say, to me, at least on paper, the new Pac-12 will be the best of the the non-Power 4.
Yeah, because
I feel pretty confident about that.
Well, they're going up against what, the AAC? Is that the other?
Confident. And the Mountain West or the other.
Well, the Mountain West is garbage now. I mean, it's basically that's what the Pac-12 is. Basically,
Yeah.
It's the Mountain West.
Yeah.
Now.
Yeah.
So the Mountain West is. Well, who's even in the Mountain? Is the Mountain West still a league?
Yes, it is.
Who's in it?
The Mountain West. Well, you got UNLV, you got Air Force, NIU recently joined. What are the teams?
NIU.
Yeah, Northern Illinois
Yeah,
joined.
that's garbage.
So you got Air Force. Well, Boise's already gone. So new teams. Well, it's because it technically.
I know, I get it. It's
technically those two teams. So it will be the new one will be Air Force, Hawaii, Nevada, New Mexico, Northern Illinois, San Jose State, UNLV, UTEP, Wyoming.
Yeah, but
And then they're adding Grand Canyon and UC Davis for sports other than football.
Yeah.
And yeah,
Buck loves it.
So the new
Go Aggies.
The new Pac-12 is going to be solid. It'll be
well, it's way better than that. The other one is the American Athletic.
Yes.
And that's the one with they
That's
have
Tulane,
Army and
Tulane,
North
Navy,
Texas and all them.
Yeah.
Is that right?
Yes. That would be them. So Army, Charlotte, East Carolina, Florida Atlantic, Memphis, Navy, North Texas, Rice, South Florida, Temple, Tulane, Tulsa, UAB, and Texas San Antonio.
No, Pac-12 is the best.
Yes.
So it's the Power 4 and then them.
Yes.
So that's not bad.
I think look.
You're still in the top 5.
Yes. And I would guess that most years the playoff team more than likely comes from the Pac-12. Oregon State, Washington State, Boise State. Those are good programs. As long as you can keep it together and you can keep those things funded, those should be the best programs in that. The downside to it is you kind of have to be perfect.
I was gonna say the other teams like Memphis.
They have
an easier schedule.
And that's the problem is if you get a Memphis or you get a UAB or someone that rolls through and they're perfect, and you get an Oregon State or a Washington State or whatever that ends up being a 1 or a 2 loss team, we're really not going to do Oregon State played a tougher schedule and Memphis. If there's an undefeated team in one of those conferences, chances are they get the bump. But the best football should be played in the Pac-12, and hopefully they get the nod on that. And remember, for places like Oregon State, they're playing Oregon every year. I mean, you're chalking up a loss every single year, so the perfect season isn't going to be it's not going to be a thing. And so hopefully the committee is able to look past that and understand that. I just don't think it's necessarily fair to judge some of these schools on if they're playing, Washington and Oregon. I mean, you can't be getting blown out and say that you deserve to be in the college football playoff, but there is going to be a sizable gap playing up when you play those teams.
All right, coming up next, it is a playoff slump buster. The ratings are in. Here's Buck.
Now, from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on 1080 The Fan.
Ryan Buckley with this Sports Center update. First on The Fan, just moments away from tip-off for Game 2 in the Western Conference Finals between the Timberwolves and the Thunder in Oklahoma City. The Thunder 7.5-point favorites. You can see it over on ESPN. Meanwhile, the all-defense teams came out for the National Basketball Association, and Blazers forward Toumani Camara earned second-team all-defense honors. Meanwhile, over on TNT right now, we have Game 2 of the Eastern Conference Finals in the Stanley Cup playoffs. The Florida Panthers scoring just a minute and 17 seconds into that game. They are up 1-0 midway through the first period. Additionally, the Mariners starting a 4-game set in Houston against the rival Houston Astros. They already have a 2-0 lead off of a Dylan Moore home run in the first inning. It's 2-0 in Houston, top of the second inning currently. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. Ryan Buckley, the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Heard or missing work? Insurance companies acting like jerks. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
Jump back to earlier parts of your favorite fan shows on the Odyssey app. The only way to rewind Portland's sports leader, 1080 The Fan. It's time for Who's Leading the Charge? A look under the hood at the coaches, players, and teams getting it done. Brought to you by Battery Exchange.
Which leads me back to where we started and the 4 words I wish I was told when I was in your chair. And now I live by. So, ladies and gentlemen of Salisbury University's class of 2025, let it f***ing rip.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, working a little blue. I like it.
Working a little blue. That is Washington Commanders coach Dan Quinn.
Let it rip.
At a commencement speech.
Yeah. Salisbury University.
At Salisbury. Do you think he had his hat on backwards?
I
hope so.
With a tassel on it?
Him and Will Orton refuse to turn their hats around. Salisbury University.
Let's go.
All right.
Mention code BXT10 at checkout for 10% off your entire purchase at Battery Exchange online, batteryexchange.com.
Hey, it's Duke from my friends at Vulcan Design and Construction. Vulcan's team helped me build an outdoor living space that is my favorite place to hang out year-round. So stop waiting on upgrading your backyard. The plans you have for a covered patio, outdoor kitchen, or like me, a fire pit for family gatherings can be taken to the next level with the help of the award-winning designs at Vulcan. And they can upgrade your indoor living space with windows, siding, and roofing too. So whether your favorite room is inside or like mine, outside, take your home to the next level with Vulcan. Online at VulcanDC.
It's Clean Car Month. Right now, get the Pro X1 Car Care Collection Wash Kit for just $19.
I enjoy that. They're doo-doo also.
Anthony Newman.
They're doo-doo.
They're doo-doo also.
He's such a sweet guy. Like that's about as blue as he works, and so it's kind of cute.
It is cute. It is cute.
They're doo-doo too.
They're doo-doo also.
Good times.
Now to a playoff slump buster. Buck was telling me that the ratings are in for the East Finals Game 1 between the Pacers and the Knicks.
Yeah, because the West was kind of.
Yeah, the West game.
It was down like 20-something%.
Well, I mean, it
wasn't that good.
T-Wolves were ahead at half.
Yeah, but it was Minnesota and Oklahoma City, and the game was kind of sluggish, and there wasn't, it wasn't a great game. So
Yeah. Well, Pacers-Knicks was, and they're saying it's the highest rated in like 8 years.
Yeah.
But it's only the highest rated of the East Finals, which, I don't know. That's one hard thing about the NBA playoffs.
Wake me up with an impressive stat.
Yeah, kind of.
A little bit.
Yeah, because the playoffs, we always remember the finals.
Mm-hmm.
But do you ever remember, who played in the conference championships? Unless it's just super outstanding, like the Reggie Miller choke year.
Unless it's your team or unless there's high drama, no, you don't.
Ever.
No. In fact, if I pulled up the Western Conference Finals over the last 10 years, I guarantee there's at least 4 that you'd be like, that didn't happen.
Well, okay.
You wouldn't believe me.
Here, I'm going to pull it up. Here's one from the East.
Okay.
Who played in the Eastern Conference Finals last year?
Boston and it was Indiana.
I think the Pacers did, right?
Yeah,
that's right.
And the only reason I know that is that Indiana, because we were talking Indiana went back to back.
Yeah. Yeah, so they got swept by Boston.
Yeah.
I'd totally forgotten that they were in the finals last year. Or East Finals.
And I wouldn't have remembered that other than we were talking about, we knew Boston and we were talking about Indiana.
Western Conference Finals last year.
Okay. So let's think.
I mean,
Mavericks?
Yep.
Yep. That's right. I was like, wait, who'd
they beat?
Who did the Mavericks beat? The
T-Wolves.
The T-Wolves.
That's correct. Year before. See, now, I mean, I'll give you, I mean, this is where it's like, I don't even know.
Well, that would have been the Nuggets won.
Nuggets?
Nuggets would have won.
Who'd they beat in the Western Conference Finals?
And the Nuggies would have beat.
Wrong.
What? Wrong?
Yeah, you're wrong.
What do you mean I'm wrong?
I'm just
like the Thunder?
Preemptively calling you wrong. No, it was the Lakers.
Oh, the Lakers were there?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, you know what I mean?
We're proving the point.
Yeah, it's just...
that is the definition of point proven.
Well, and in the East Finals, it's been a lot of Heat Celtics lately.
Yeah, that makes sense.
But outside of that,
yeah,
and those are some pretty good series if I remember right.
Well, you remember too. I mean, all you need to know is that in recent years, the Portland Trailblazers made the Western Conference Finals for God's sakes.
That's true.
I remember there was the one year Carmelo Anthony led the Nuggets to the Western Conference Finals.
It almost does feel like the upstart teams, like the upset teams. That's as far as they get.
Yeah.
Like they never get to the final.
No.
It's just every once in a while a team can rise up and make the conference finals.
Yeah, you just kind of get one of those weird things. Didn't it? Am I crazy? Or
Yeah,
did Atlanta make a conference finals with Trae Young?
2014-15? Or you're talking about Trae Young, so 2021, yes.
Yeah, they made the conference finals.
Yeah.
And you're like, dude, Atlanta sucks.
Got beat by the Bucks.
But every now and then, like you said, you get hot, you make a run, maybe there's an injury involved, and and then you're like, oh, is this team
This is the start of
and
something.
Then you're like, no, it's not the start of anything.
As a matter of fact, it's
is
all
the
downhill from here.
This is the end. Although, for a team like Oklahoma City or even Minnesota this year, right? Whoever loses, you would think that's not the end. But for some teams, there's a difference between young teams that you feel are building towards something and when the the Nuggets under Carmelo Anthony are those Atlanta Hawks teams. And this is in football too. And that goes all the way to the Super Bowl. Remember when the Atlanta Falcons make the Super Bowl? Dude, you ain't getting back. Hey, Jake Delhomme, enjoy the Super Bowl because you're not coming back.
Yeah.
It was adorable.
Yeah, it's fair. All right. Well, we got Thunder, T-Wolves tonight.
Yes.
And I got to tell you, I don't have much faith in Minnie here.
No?
They're going to have to keep it close for me to tune in.
I think
They
Minnesota.
were leading at the half after game one. They had that horrendous stretch, but
I think the Timberwolves get this 1-1. I think this will be a long series. One, Oklahoma City hasn't proven that they are that they're consistent. They've been very up and down. They're 2-3 in games decided by 5 points or less. When you drag them into deep water, they have not been great down the stretch. And like you said, in the fourth quarter, it was either right at the end of the third quarter or in the fourth, Minnesota had the lead in that game. And then they went on that weird stretch and they just got blown out. And some of that is Minnesota had open looks. They just didn't take them. And they talked about how they made a mistake going small ball by taking Rudy Gobert out. Anthony Edwards is not, I wouldn't think, is going to have another game like that. So I think Minnesota rallies and they get this one. I think this is going to be a 6 or 7 game series.
All right. Who's winning the whole thing?
Probably Oklahoma City. I mean, look, they were the best team all regular season.
But if it's not Oklahoma City, because they're the favorite. If it's not Oklahoma City, who wins it?
I still think New York.
Really?
I think New York's better than Indiana. And, again, for 47 and a half minutes, they were better than Indiana last night. But we do one game and we freak out. But
long series
to go. And I just think if it's not Oklahoma City, let me just state for the record real quick, too. I hate the effing Florida Panthers.
I do too. I do too.
I do too. It is wrong that the Florida Panthers are the best team in hockey for 2 years
Buckley,
in a row.
do you hate them?
God bless America.
Two? Let's make it 3 for 3 here.
Yeah, I do.
Yeah, he hates them too.
The freaking
What
kitties.
is the freaking Panthers
But
doing?
yeah, I'll take the Knickerbockers if it's not going to be Oklahoma City. But I just think, Oklahoma City plays like 11 guys, and they can just suffocate you, and defense travels. So
I don't know that I'd be so confident in Oklahoma City if the other 3 teams weren't Indiana, Minnesota, and New York.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. There's not a team in there that's got like of a bunch of like KG championship experience.
No.
And
what would you pay right now for the Thunder to win it all? In other words, you're going to bet them. Like what is the most you'll pay? Because they're minus money,
yeah, they're
right?
minus money.
They're already minus money. But
Yeah.
what would you like? How confident are you?
Maybe 150, 200.
It's 208. Minus
Yeah,
208.
You're right at the press. I would wait and see like if Minnesota wins tonight.
There you go.
And then maybe that drops back down. Then maybe grab them.
Yeah. Or God forbid they fall down 2-1.
Yeah. And then maybe and then you jump on them. But I feel all right.
They're the better team.
I think Oklahoma City is they have the number 1 point differential, and some of that is just that they just blow teams out because they don't take their foot off the gas. But every other team has these moments where you look at them and you're like, man, should they really be here? And you can't say that about Oklahoma City. Their only thing about Oklahoma City is the youth. Are they just too young?
But they have the MVP.
Yeah.
It's just, I don't think anybody's beating them.
And I love the depth.
And then in the hockey, whatever. It's going to be Oilers and Panthers again. And I hate that.
The Oil had a big time leak last night.
They pulled the Indiana, or
they were up 3-1 going into the third period. They gave up 5 straight goals.
But they're going to win, right?
I certainly hope so.
Maybe.
I think it's the Florida Panthers, unfortunately.
Again?
Yeah, again. They're a wagon. They're really good, and it pisses me off.
So they already up 3-0 in the first.
3-0 in the first. They go up 2-0 in this series, as they're going to.
Yeah, they're on the road.
They're not coming back. So,
Carolina.
And
how do they even have a team in Carolina?
They stole them from Hartford.
Give them back.
You threw the Whalers?
They should be the Whale. And if they were the Whalers, I'd like them. But Carolina, you don't deserve
Hey, what happened to my Jets? While I went away, all of a sudden, the Jets, I come back from vacation, my Jets aren't in the playoffs anymore.
Their goaltender, who was considered by
apart.
many to be the best in the league, gave up about 5 goals a game on the road.
Yep.
Loser. Send him to Hartford.
We can't talk about it because no one cares, but
I care.
I will briefly say this. There is not, in all of sport right now, there is not a better player that has a worse, fall off in the postseason than their goalie.
Than my Jets?
Yes.
What's his name?
Connor Hellebuck.
He is the best goalie in the world. And they best record, like he is dominant in the regular season. And
He's Clayton Kershaw.
Yes, he is. That's right. He is Clayton Kershaw. He is the Clayton Kershaw of hockey. And it is just, but unlike Clayton Kershaw that only screws you over once every 5 games, he screws you over every other game.
Well, we got a referee spitting out blood in the basketball game.
Oh, we had
nice.
We had one of those in hockey.
maybe
A guy
just a
almost
nose.
lost his eye.
Hellebuck's too old. Is that his name? Hellebuck?
Hellebuck, yeah.
Hellebuck. He's 32, man. What do you expect from an old man like that in the net?
I would expect him to be somewhat close to the best goalie in hockey, which he is in the regular season.
What do you think of my hot hockey takes there?
I like it.
Hey, let's get to a real sport. Golf.
Finally. I've been waiting this whole time.
Well, listen, dude, I can't just miss a major and then come back and not talk about it.
I've been waiting.
I have a number.
Green jacket, who gives a
I have a Scotty Scheffler number that I think is interesting.
You please?
Scotty Scheffler.
Thank you.
It's interesting number. And I'll tell you about it.
All right, let's go.
Coming up next on The Fan.
It's time for a Ducks Report, the inside story on Oregon athletics. Brought to you by Mods PDX. The future of building is here.
Oregon baseball playing right now in the Big Ten tournament. They are leading Michigan State 4-2 in the bottom of the 8th inning. This game important because the Ducks likely already hosting a regional, but if you get one of those top 8 seeds, you would potentially host a super regional as well. They're right on the cusp.
Yeah, all right.
Rob's already moved on to golf.
I don't like the Sparty baseball team.
No?
Go watch my Jayhawks.
We're about to beat them then.
My Jayhawks.
Someone said
They're
Kansas
good.
is pretty good this year.
Yeah, they have a good team.
A potential Oregon-Kansas showdown in the World Series.
I'd like to see Oregon State, Kansas, but okay.
Okay.
I mean,
well, but this is the Oregon.
Yeah, right. Yes.
People are saying there could
strike
be
that from the record.
a Ducks Beavers super regional brewing.
Oh, wow. Would you go down for that?
I'd go down and see a
That'd
game.
be fun.
Yeah.
That'd be cool.
Absolutely.
All right. Mods PDX. The future of building is here.
If you're considering new construction and want it done right and
Thursday afternoon commute.
Join the Joyride episode.
You're welcome.
Swedish
Well, this is the look, but yes.
super group.
Joyride was another one of their hits. So I was,
I think one of them is dead.
oh yeah?
I think the gal's dead.
Really?
I think we may have talked about that, although I'm probably burying her, but I don't want to interrupt Scotty Scheffler time. I think one of them's dead.
Yeah.
It's a jam.
You know, it really is. Marie Fredrickson, yes, she is very dead. She died in 2019. The cancer got her.
Super dead.
Yeah, no, the Scotty Scheffler stat I wanted to throw at you, or number I wanted to throw at you, is I was listening to the No Lane Up podcast, and those guys are good. If you're a golf fan, you've probably heard them, and they were doing a pretty good job of breaking down Scotty Scheffler after his win at the PGA Championship, and you know, Scotty's got some stuff, and we do this about every major winner, where we like they win a major and they're like, well, how many is he gonna win? You know.
Sure.
But Scotty's a little different, dude. He is an assassin, and he has now won his third major. He is 28 years old, and so one of the guys on that pod talked to a guy at a sportsbook and had them put out a number on the over-under for Scotty Scheffler's career major wins.
Okay.
And I found that number to be quite fascinating. What do you think it is?
Well, the fact that you saying it's fascinating, and I did see this fun little number. Only 3 players in the history of golf, including Jared,
Gaff,
before the age of 29, so 28 or under, have won 15 tournaments and 3 majors.
Right.
One of those would obviously now be Scotty Scheffler, who's won 15 times, 3 majors.
Tiger.
The other 2 would be Tiger and Jack.
Yeah.
So I'm guessing that they're going to put this number high. I'm going to say 7.5.
They put it at 9.5.
I will take the under all day, every day.
And why I thought that was fascinating was I thought that was awful high.
That is I thought
because
when I said 7.5, I was like,
yeah,
I was going
7.5 is high.
Yes.
Because the list of golfers who have won the most majors, there's only 6 guys that have won more than 7 ever.
Yeah, it's such
and
a
that's
small
Tom
number.
Watson, Gary Player, Ben Hogan, Walter Hagen, Tiger Woods, and Jack Nicklaus.
Yeah.
So they think the world of Scotty Scheffler. In other words, if he hits the over there, that will be the fourth most majors of all time.
Yeah. What is the juice on this? Because
they didn't say that. They just
I will take the under. So
well,
very
yeah, because
fast.
one, he's 28, he's not that young.
No,
and 2, injuries. You know, I mean,
well, it's not just injuries. I've always felt like what happens in golf too is, I just think guys. I think it's hard to stay motivated.
Guys are more like shooting stars, where they're awesome and brilliant for maybe 2 majors worth and a bunch of other wins.
Well, look at Spieth.
Well, Spieth, the one I'm thinking of, because Spieth has
3.
The other one that I was thinking was Brooks Koepka.
Yep.
He's got 5.
Yeah.
And
that's crazy.
And now
he's like off the reservation.
Exactly. I mean, it appears he's washed and
well, but I think the motivation thing that's Koepka.
Yeah. You know, it's like, because he always said, I only want to play for majors. And so then you kind of fall out of it. You have more money than you know what to do with, especially some of these live guys now. And I mean, I remember once we had Lee Trevino on and he was talking about this and he said, dude, he goes, today's players they're just not that competitive. Because he said, back in the day, we had to win every week and we were assassins. And he goes, because we had to. And he even admitted, he goes, if I grew up in today's game, I'm probably not the same player. You win 3-4 majors and you've got 50 million in the bank, or God forbid you went out and played at Live and you have 200 million in the bank. And all of a sudden your back starts to ache a little bit. You get some kids.
Yeah.
You already got a private plane. You don't even have to be great. Ricky Fowler has never won Jackass. And that dude
he won the Players.
Well, whatever. And that guy's got a life that, you know, he's got a smoking hot wife. His house is ridiculous down in Florida on the water. And you know, what's the motivation that guy has to truly be great?
I think the difference is, I mean, most people are probably wired more like Ricky Fowler and maybe Rory. I do think Scotty has a little something wiring-wise that is a little bit more Tiger-esque. Like, I think he is one of these insanely competitive people that hates to lose. You know, like we always talk about the Kobe effect or whatever. I
Sure.
think he has that. It's just hard to see it because, well, one, he's a boring golfer in khakis,
Yeah.
and two, he's just pretty reserved. He doesn't really show it outwardly, but I think he's got that. So I think he's one of those guys that anytime he's playing, he wants to rip your throat out.
Yeah.
But that doesn't mean he's going to win 10 majors, dude. That I just thought that number was shockingly high.
Yes.
So I too would bet the under, but
and I get he's a little different, but I would like to point out if we go back 10, 12 plus years from, I mean, even if you want to go back even further than that, from David Duval to Sergio to Dustin Johnson to Koepka, who lived up to it for a while. You know, how many, Rory even, and Rory is an all-timer, and Rory's got 5.
Well, look at Phil. Phil has 6.
6.
I mean,
yeah,
and that's arguably the second best golfer of
his generation
in the last 30 years.
So so I wasn't even talking about that because he just was established. But how many guys have we heard are the next thing, and they're the next thing? Spieth may be the best example of it. JT has 2, right?
Thomas?
Does JT have
2? I think he won. Yeah, he has.
Does he?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So here's another one that and they were in a short period of time, and so they're like, oh, they're next. And then Buck said it best. I think golfers now are shooting stars. They're not planets. They're not even moons.
They're almost like those starting pitchers that come out and absolutely dominate, but they only do it for 3 or 4 seasons before their arm flames out, or before people start knocking them around.
I would say about Scotty, I agree with you.
I don't think he's that.
He's different. He is. Well, really, if you think about it, the only thing that's derailed him was that hand injury.
Yeah.
I mean, he won 8 tournaments last year.
Yep.
And he comes back this year, he hurts his hand, that sets him back, and he's talked about how much that really screwed up his whole routine and everything. It took him a while to get back, but now that he's back, he's winning everything, and he's winning by 5. I mean, he won that major by 5 shots. He won the tournament before by 8 shots. Like, he is better than all of those guys.
Yeah.
That said, to even predict a guy could, because I mean, think about Phil's career.
He had that big old gap.
Yeah, like even Phil. Think about how good Phil Mickelson is or was, and that dude couldn't. Like the whole conversation around him was, can he ever win another major?
Yeah,
and he got one when he was old,
Took
but
him a long time.
He couldn't get over the hump for the longest time. So I don't know. It's interesting. I just found that to be a really fascinating number about Scotty. They think really highly of him and his future success.
But we said the exact same thing about Rory, and that Rory was a prodigy, and he's got 5, which is.
I think he might get to 8.
And Rory truly is a special player, but
maybe 7.
Look how long. I mean, it was a 10-year gap,
at least 10.
And
yeah,
and even that one was kind of a. That was a white knuckler right there, to get the career slam.
Speaking of no laying up, I saw this tweet from them about Scotty. Just to put what he's doing in comparison to what Tiger did, Scotty would have to win 56 of his next 110 starts to catch Tiger's win rate in his first 250.
Wow.
Yeah.
50. So he'd win half the tournament.
He'd win half of his next 110 tournaments.
And you can say what you will, because Tiger says, "Hey, I didn't get to 18. I'm not Jack." But anyone with an objective eyeball, the greatest golfer of all time was Tiger Woods. The only thing that stopped it was he fell apart.
He had it all.
But when you start looking at Tiger's, like the number of cuts made and the wins and all, the worst thing to happen to any of these guys is they played in the shadow of Tiger Woods. Same thing like in the NBA, and you're playing in the shadow of Michael or whoever you come along. It just so happens that you came along. And think about how great Phil is and what we would think of Phil if Tiger Woods, you erase him from existence.
Yeah, Phil would be the best golfer of that time.
And maybe Phil has 1 or 2 extra. Now Phil has 8, and we talk about.
Well, he
Phil.
Finished second a lot. He may have 10.
And so now we talk about him in a different way. But as great as Phil is, we're always like, yeah, Phil was okay. But did you see that Tiger Woods guy? And so sometimes you just come along, and
Tiger.
I don't know if there'll be another. Eventually maybe there will, but certainly is the best I've ever seen. In fact, in my lifetime, if you were to say who are the most dominant figures, I Bonds, Jordan, and probably Tiger in my Gretzky, but I was so young. But it's a rarefied
If only
look
you'd won a cup.
at those
no
guys.
kidding. What a loser.
Yeah.
All right, coming up next, what jobs or professions create the most disgruntled employees? I think I have the answer to this.
Radio.
And radio's not a
AM radio host.
It's pretty high on the list actually, but no, I found this out on my road trip. So we'll get to that next on The Fan.
This is Rick Jones of Goldberg Jones Divorce for Men. Child custody.
Update on 1080 The Fan.
Ryan Buckley with this SportsCenter update. First on The Fan, Game 2 of the Western Conference Finals going on in the association right now. The Thunder up 23-18 on T-Wolves, 2:38 to play in the first quarter. Jalen Williams with 6, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander with 8. On the T-Wolves side of things, Jaden McDaniels leading the way with 6 points. Over on the ice, it's the first intermission in Carolina. If the Hurricanes want to split by home split before they move the series, they're going to need to get it going. It's 3-0 in favor of the Panthers at the end of the first frame. Meanwhile, the Mariners back in action tonight. They are opening a 4-game set in Houston against the Astros. George Kirby making his first start of the season. He's in the middle of the third inning right now. Mariners leading 2-1. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. Ryan Buckley, the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Hurt and missing work, insurance company acting like jerks. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at WarrenAllen.com.
It's back. The 11th annual Fan Golf Classic at Langdon Farms Golf Club happens Tuesday, June 24th. Presented by your local Toyota dealers. Reserve your foursome now at 1080thefan.com. The following show may contain adult themes not suitable for children.
Shut the hell up.
Club 1080 with Isaac and Suk.
It does go well with a chicken.
I didn't know hanging out with you was making me smarter. Full disclosure, Morty, it's not. Temporary superintelligence is just a side effect of the mega seeds dissolving in your rectal cavity. Oh, man. Yeah, and once those seeds wear off, you're going to lose most of your motor skills, and you're also going to lose a significant amount of brain functionality for 72 hours, Morty. Starting right about now.
Club 1080 with Isaac and Suk is brought to you by Pub Beer, the official beer of Cheap Fun.
What?
There have been a variety of proposals.
You have a lot of players.
I don't think I could have. Hell no.
100 times?
More.
200 times?
More.
500 times.
Probably.
You sleep when you die.
Kenny Wayne, we got a score! Kenny Wayne is gonna score!
Yeah. Let's do that. Well, my.
I'm very confident.
That whiny bitch.
Bye, bitch.
We're just playing with men with holes.
Whoa. Is that a drop while I was gone?
That is a drop from when you were
playing what? What did he say?
We're just playing with men with holes. Yeah.
I came hard today.
We're talking about a Star Wars thing, and then
Suk had a friend whose mother required all action figures lose all weapons. So he had like Star Wars figurines that didn't have lightsabers, and that led Suk to say, we are just playing with men with holes.
remember the 70s and the 80s, they had the Star Wars figures, and the lightsaber was in their arm.
Yeah.
And it was cool, because then it would flick it out, and then you had your lightsaber.
Right.
And his mom wouldn't let him have, he had an awesome collection of toys, but the mom wouldn't let him have any weapons. So not only did like you go over there to play with like Ninja Turtles, and like it was just, you just had like turtles, no weapons. She took the stupid lightsabers out of their arms. So then again, you just had Darth Vader. We're just playing with men with holes. With a hole in his hand.
Is that a little much? You know? Yeah. Come on, Mom.
They were
come on.
They were very pious. My mom is adorably racist. Sad. Great collection of toys. No weapons.
So we were out there on the road in the Great American West.
Like, I'm a swinger. I love my wife, but hey, I'm open to party.
And look, this is only 2 people I'm talking about here.
Sure.
Because we had 2 overnight stays
Yeah.
on the road. But I have determined that the most disgruntled employees on Earth right now are front desk employees at cheap freeway hotels.
Ooh, overnight hotel attendant.
Oh,
yeah, that's
my
probably
God.
way up there.
Yeah, it's phenomenal.
We were 2 for 2. These people don't give an F.
Give me the $39 and shut the hell up.
So we had, it's all kinds of snafus. Like when you do something online and you want a certain type of room, and then you go in there and they don't have that room, and because it was a third party, not worth getting into the details, but oh my God.
Yeah, that's why, like, if you book through like Expedia or something,
you're not getting what what you think you're
getting. Yeah,
getting.
because Expedia may say, hey, you're getting a nice 2-bed or whatever, but then it goes to that person at the front desk and they don't really care. You're getting whatever they decide they're going to give you.
This dude, so he stayed in Cheyenne. And that brother, now I could tell he knew what he was doing.
Sure.
He'd worked there a long time. Like he was adept at the whatever was on his computer back there.
He had the system down.
Yeah, but boy, did he hate his job.
Yeah.
And he at one point turned to the girl who was working next to him and said something about, hey, could you take one of these rooms off? And he was trying to get us what we wanted. And he goes, never mind, you won't get it. I'll do it. And she just looked at him like, oh my God.
Thanks, dude.
A-hole. And then the next hotel was in Boise, and she was just as bad.
Yeah.
I couldn't believe it. I'm like, well, actually, I can believe it.
You can.
But it's like, it raised the question in my mind, like, what jobs or professions create the most disgruntled people? I give you that.
That's pretty good. That really
There's just no upside, is there, for them? They get paid terribly.
You're off schedule from the rest of the world because
Yes.
you're up all night. You're dealing with people who are only passing through and are never going to, I mean,
they're tired. You're
Yeah.
dealing with them. Like, they just want a bed.
Yep.
I don't know, man.
yeah, that's got to be
Beat
way
that.
up there.
That is, I'm trying to think off the top of my head, because it's just, there's nothing. You're just sitting there, and it's just an
Boring.
endless, boring, just, and everyone that comes in, is an ass. Like, otherwise, well, they've been on the road. There's no reason for you to be in these little small places. And I'm not here to be, I mean, it is judgmental, but I mean, let's be honest. Like, if you're staying at a place that's $49 a night, you are not getting the cream of the crop that are traveling in comfort. You're getting people that it's like very basic to the bones. I just want my room. I'm traveling through here. And it's just, it's very transactional. And so it just sets itself up.
Yeah.
You're not dealing with people on great vacations and are in a good mood because they're checking into a place with a twisty slide. No, you're dealing with someone, and then for the $49, they expect top-notch service, and you know that person wants to be like, where you're staying, dip-ass. Like, if you
I'm going to go have a cigarette.
Exactly.
And if you're still here when I get back, maybe I'll check you in.
Yeah, if you wanted nice service, there's a nice Marriott around the corner and it's $220. But no, you're paying $49 and you're getting $49 worth of service.
You know what's interesting about that? The one in Cheyenne, we paid $300, dude.
Whoa.
And it was not nice.
Really?
Yeah.
Why did you pay $300?
Well, it was graduation.
Oh, so there was,
The whole damn town was booked. And he knew it too. He was like, you want to try that hotel across the street? Good luck.
Well, I remember 2 years ago when Dusty took me to the, that he goes on that crab feed.
Yeah.
It's in like rural Oregon.
Yeah, the Eastern Oregon
crab feed, which makes no sense, but okay.
No, it's the Eastern Oregon crab feed. And it's like in Richland. I mean, I can't begin to tell you how bad. The hotel room that me and Dusty stayed in had not blood stain, like someone had taken a dead animal and drug it across the floor. There was a blood
like a
streak across the floor. Like you could not be in bare feet on the carpet for fear of what was on there.
Coward.
And when we were checking in, because we had a big group, and one of the guys, when they were checking in, because we had reservations, we had booked most of the hotel. And the previous night, I think the hotel rooms that we had stayed at were like $28. We stayed in another little small town. So we go to check in, and the lady goes, that'll be like $88. And the guy of our group that was first checking in goes, excuse me? Like, did you say $88? And the lady just looks at him, and you could tell and she looks at him and she goes, what do you want? She goes, some of the rooms have been remodeled. And he goes, is this one that's been remodeled? And she looks at him and goes, no.
No. She is an aloof bitch.
I'll never forget the look on her face. And the guy at that point, we realized, dude, it's the only motel in town. There's not another one. So he was like, great, cool. Here, $88, great. And so then when we walked in the room, the $88 room, and I saw the blood streak, I was like, oh my God. And that's when you know, like, what are you going to do? That whole place has one hotel.
Yeah.
And you're damn right it's $88. Because the week after the crab feed, that room's like $22.
Right.
But it is, I'll just never forget. Is this one of the remodeled rooms? No. Like she was offended that she even asked.
We had a room in Boise with 4 queen beds. Have you ever seen that?
No.
Yeah. We
One
couldn't
room?
believe it. Yeah, it was one room. It was divided. I mean, it had a divider, like a wall kind of
Really?
thing. Yeah, it was the strangest thing, but it worked out perfectly for. I mean, there were 3 of us. Suppose we could have had somebody come in and sleep on the 4th one, but so we just wanted to, we didn't want to pay for 2 rooms. We were sleeping in 1 room, but that's kind of hard to find the right bed situation.
Yeah.
And that one had 4 queens in it. Never seen that.
Never seen that. By the way, I looked up, according to officelife.com, the #1 most dissatisfied, disgruntled
nurses
industry, hotel staff.
Told you.
#1. #2, food service and hospitality.
Yeah. Because you're dealing with the general public.
Yeah.
Retail. I think
nurses
see people at their worst. And I just feel like there's a lot of jaded, bitter nurses.
Yes.
Out there.
Cops.
Cops, bad one too.
Well, again,
you're dealing with the worst of
You're
society.
dealing with the worst of society, and you're seeing them at their worst, and they all hate you. Like, no one has. I can't say no one, but for the most part, if you're out getting into some stuff and the cops show up, most of the time you did not call those cops, which means you're probably not thrilled to see them. And imagine showing up to a place where you are catching someone at their absolute worst, probably intoxicated, and they don't want you there.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah, and that one's almost understandable. Actually, the nurses one probably understandable too.
Yeah.
To some extent.
They just get beaten down by the system.
Right.
Well, and that's the problem too, is like teachers probably follow this. Not new teachers, but teachers that have been around the block.
Yeah, I get it that I think teachers would get my vote for the profession that should be the most jaded that isn't, or that should be the most disgruntled. I mean, I know teachers, the unions and they strike and stuff, but I don't know. Most of the teachers I know are like really love being a teacher and they like it and they're I mean, you're dealing with the kids.
I've seen some ones that have been. I mean, anything grinds on you after a certain period of time.
Yeah, especially sports radio. Good grief.
Look, man, you go to one of these big events where there's a lot of us together. Tell me that we don't have a bunch of disgruntled curmudgeon dip-asses.
I'd say that's journalism in general.
Yeah. Well, the problem is that we all think that we should be we all think like we're stars and we should be treated
not me
like special. Exactly. Which is why I think when we go to these places, we're the outcasts of the.
Yeah, there's a lot of
that
self-importance in that.
Oh God,
in our profession.
I know that's not disgruntled, but if you wanted to say the most self-important that shouldn't be important, I'm going to put media right at number one.
Somebody mentioned government employees, but I don't think of that like DMV or whatever. I think of them as more like, and no offense to any government employees listening, but it's like I think it's easy to coast.
Yeah.
Right. That's not disgruntled per se. That's a different archetype. Yeah. Like coasting, just kind of just going through the mode.
You don't care.
Yeah. You're like whatever.
That's apathy.
The one that and maybe I'm off on this, but I do have a tendency to talk to them from time to time, and I would think that they should hate their job, but I find them to be incredibly, I don't know, patient or whatever. I'm going to go with like maids or cleaning staff. Most of the time I've had an encounter with a hotel maid or a cleaning staff at an office or whatever, like that person should hate everything.
They're never mad at you, and they could be.
They're super nice.
And they're very, very nice.
Like, hey, good morning.
Yeah.
Sir.
You'll be like, hey, do you mind? Could I get an extra towel?
Oh,
yeah,
you got it.
Here, what do you
up.
need? And they're always, and like, you want to talk about monotonous and it doesn't pay very well. And,
yeah, you think they'd throw the towels in your face.
Yeah, you're like, dude, F you.
Like, here, a-hole.
Or we have cleaning staff at the office occasionally. Like, you'll be like, oh, and you get to know them because they're around. And they're always, not always, but for the most part, I have found people in the custodial line of work to be very pleasant. And that, I wouldn't necessarily think that to be the case.
Well, I think the distinction with them is they don't really have to work with people.
No, it kind of.
They're in the room when you're not in there.
Yeah.
It's the people that have to deal with other people.
Yeah.
That's the common denominator.
Sure.
Because anytime you have to work with the general public in any way, there's going to be a lot of you that get super annoyed and jaded and disgruntled.
Yeah.
Bartender. Somebody brought bartender. That's a pretty good one. Dealing with a bunch of drunks.
You said it all deals with people who deal with different types of people. The disposition of the type of person you have to deal with is what leads to the most disgruntled. I mean, the overnight hotel person, like you said, is someone paying money who doesn't want to be there, that like
tired.
Yeah, tired. Whereas, I mean, or like dealing with people like caregivers in old folks facility or corrections officers, like people who are taking care of others who don't want to be taken care of or who are already pissed off. Like that's the top of the top.
Well, I had to take my car and I had to get some new tires and got an alignment. So I dropped off my car and they gave me a loaner. And the guy that I was dealing with who was taking care of me, he was so nice, like over the top nice. And he was like very apologetic about everything. And after like the 5th time he apologized, I was like, dude, you don't have to. I'm like, this is not like, I'm not and I realized that, because it's a luxury brand. And I was like, dude, you probably deal with the most crowned up, self-important people.
Entitled.
And he couldn't say anything, but he kind of gave me the look like,
yeah, you're right.
Yeah, like I'm onto something. I was like, dude, you're fine, man. You don't have to worry about me. I'm like, I am at the very low end of the people that are coming in here. And like, you could tell he was like, thank you. And like, there was a sense of relief. Because I realized that probably what that guy deals with on a day-to-day basis are a lot of wealthy people with expensive cars, and damn it, they want it their way, and they want it now.
Well, and they're in a hurry because something's wrong.
Yes.
Well, and if he screws up,
yeah,
he's getting an earful.
Yes. And so I was like, dude, it's
should have yelled at him. Come on. You're not like a BMW
it's like
driver.
He was such a nice guy, too. He was being so nice.
They're kind of like maintenance guys.
Yeah.
Our maintenance guys pretty cool.
I think maintenance guys are
They'll help
cool.
you out.
I think so.
It's like, yeah, I got you.
Yeah. They seem to be like it's like a salt of the earth sort of thing, right?
Yeah.
He's like something about blue collar, maybe. He's just they let all that other crap slide off their back, and they're doing their thing.
And it's easy for them, and that's what they do,
Yeah.
and it's hard for you.
Yeah.
So they're a hero in some ways.
Guy that replaced my hot water heater, freaking stud.
Hot water heater guy.
Guy was awesome. Freaking phenomenal.
All right, the best time of day for these 9 essential things. Next on The Fan.
The Portland Trail Blazers are for sale.
Oh my God, this is the best day.
This makes sense. I mean, like, this is a big debate, like in the people that like to work out a lot. Like,
Yeah.
do you work out first thing in the morning? Do you work out midday, night? And
That's on this list.
Yeah, and there's always the science behind it says
Yes.
you get up
Yes.
and you do the eating. Diet is another one. Do you do the intermittent fasting or do you eat one meal? And that's.
So, from drinking coffee to asking for a pay raise, researchers claim there is an optimal window of opportunity to do most things. Now, dentists claim that brushing your teeth right after breakfast could destroy the enamel on your teeth. So, what other timings are we getting wrong in our daily routines? I will tell you that the brushing your teeth bit, do you know the best time to brush your teeth?
I don't know. You brush your teeth when you wake up and when you go to bed, right? I mean,
yeah, yes, if you brush twice a day, that's most likely what people do.
Right. I mean,
but they're saying that the best time of day to brush your teeth is before you eat breakfast. Now, I am guilty of this one because anytime I feel something in my teeth, I have to go brush them.
Really?
I hate that.
Huh.
Unless I have a toothpick.
Yeah, I'm a flosser.
But they're saying you might habitually reach for your toothbrush to scrub away toast crumbs and ensure a clean start to the day, but dentists say you could also be scouring away your precious dental enamel. And they say that when we eat, the natural bacteria in our mouths produce acid to break down the sugar in food. So if you brush your teeth, you're rubbing that acid on the tooth, which is a mineral, and it can wear it down. So if you hate the idea of heading out without sparkling gnashers, either eat earlier so you can wait until an hour after you eat before brushing, or just brush your teeth first.
I find brushing close to any meal before or after is awful.
Yeah, because it affects your
before it affects the taste, and afterwards you still got like some crud in there usually. No thanks.
Yeah, I don't mind it after.
I don't really eat breakfast, so I don't really have to deal with that. And like my brush in the morning is not a full brush. It's more of a let's take a lap around and get some morning breath out of there and kind of get rid of the crud. It is not a 2-minute.
It's not a deep clean.
It's not a deep clean.
Now, they do have a survey on here. When do you brush your teeth? Before breakfast or after breakfast? Before breakfast, 1, with 56%.
Makes sense. Well, I mean, the idea of having, like, especially, like, you go downstairs, you eat breakfast, and you're coming back up, and that's right. You wake up, head to the bathroom, take a leak, brush your teeth, go about the day.
When is the optimal time to set your alarm, according to science?
Right before I go to bed.
No, for the morning. Like, what time to get up?
Oh.
Like, set your alarm for this time.
Oh.
And it is a specific time.
Is it really?
Yes.
7:35.
Very close. 7:22 a.m.
Does that change, though, based on sunrise and all that?
They found that people who woke between 5:22 and 7:21 had higher levels of the stress hormone cortisol than those who slept later.
I do know the cortisol is bad.
They were also more likely to suffer from muscle aches, colds, and headaches, and had worse moods. This may be because they miss out on sleep or because they are working against their chronotype, the genetically programmed tendency to be either a late-to-bed owl or an early rising,
can't do that.
if I can read, lark.
I had no idea.
So they say that while a 7 a.m. wake time is likely to be practical for most people, a recent study shows that the most important thing for longevity, even more than duration of sleep, is consistency of wake time. Did you know this?
I did not.
This means that we should try to wake up at the same time every day, plus or minus an hour.
And that does make sense. I mean, routine for anything.
Your rhythm.
Yeah, routine for anything. Is it circadian?
Circadian rhythm.
Circadian rhythm.
Something like that. Yeah, I've read about, or at least I've seen stuff about that.
Best time to eat breakfast.
8. If you're waking up at 7:22, I'm gonna go 8:05.
8 a.m.
Yeah.
A study of more than 100,000 people in 2023 found that eating breakfast after 9 a.m. increases the risk of developing type 2 diabetes by 59%.
I've also always heard that you should try to eat something within a half an hour of waking up just to start your metabolism.
See, and then I've
really,
yeah, and I go,
unless you're doing the intermittent fasting.
I've heard the other way where you need to get up and you need to do some sort of activity on an empty stomach. So get up, take your dog for a walk, get a workout in, do some sort of cardio. The big one in like fitness world is fasted cardio. So
Fast. So you're fasting and then you do cardio?
Yeah, so you don't want to eat anything and you don't want to put anything in your body other than like if you wanted like coffee or water. Get up and do something to get your body going for 30 to 45 minutes and then you can eat something.
Yeah.
But you don't want to put something in your body because that starts the whole process and there's usually sugar involved in it. So get up, get moving on an empty stomach and then go. That kind of is like the, I don't know. You get a lot of that from like the quote, the athlete sort of people.
Yeah, workouts next on the list. They say the best time of day to work out if you would like to sleep well and lose weight is morning.
Yeah.
But if you want muscle gain, the best time to work out is afternoon. A recent U.S. study has found that for women, morning workouts between 6:30 and 8:30 reduce abdominal fat and reduce blood pressure, but evening workouts between 6 and 8 p.m. best enhanced endurance and built muscle.
See, and you got to remember on these sorts of things too is, one, not everyone's the same, and two, sticking to a routine is more important than when you do it. So if you wake up, if you can get your workout in the morning, you get it in the morning. If you can get it in the afternoon, you get it in the afternoon. I mean, the optimal stuff, and like you may be talking about like a percentage point difference between one versus the
But if you can get one workout a week in at the ideal time versus 3 or 4 at a different time, take the 3 or 4 workouts at a different time.
There you go.
One study even says over time, evening exercise can reduce levels of the hunger hormone ghrelin. Ghrelin?
Old ghrelin? That I don't know.
How about that?
So there's a hunger hormone. Is that like what Ozempic maybe blocks? Because that supposedly curbs your appetite? The GL whatever?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, I don't know.
When is the best time to take a nap?
I'm going to go, best time to take a nap, I'm going to go like 3:30, 3:34, sometime mid-afternoon.
That is in the window.
Yeah, right.
They're saying between midday and 4 p.m.
Okay.
Regular naps can help preserve reaction time and memory as we age, as well as leaving us feeling refreshed and more alert. If your lifestyle allows, naps should be between 10 and 20 minutes, no longer. And they should end before 2 p.m. to avoid interfering with nighttime sleep.
Okay. So it's, again, it goes back
Why
to
did that say 4 p.m.?
You want the power nap.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Power nap.
Power nap.
A nap. Yeah. The power nap it's weird to wake up from a power nap because you're like, oh, I didn't sleep that long.
Yeah.
But you also feel really good.
Yeah.
Because the longer you sleep,
it sucks.
The more groggy you are.
Yeah. If you've ever had the 2-hour nap, you wake up feeling like crap.
Right.
Feels like you got roofied. Not that I know what that feels like, but you wake up, you're like, ugh.
Best time to drink coffee after 9 a.m. and before 2 p.m. They're saying.
Wait.
Yeah.
Before. Okay. Right?
After 9 a.m. before 2 p.m.
Okay. Yeah, you don't want to take it at night. Again, that's the caffeine.
But see, most people drink it like first thing in the morning, like me.
Yeah.
But they're saying after 9 a.m.
Yeah, I've read that too, that you want to drink water to get it going, and then once you're up for a bit, then you can throw the caffeine in your body.
So this says caffeine blocks brain receptors that detect adenosine, a neurotransmitter in the body which builds up during the day and makes us feel sleepy. However, in the morning, adenosine levels are low and the alerting hormone cortisol is high. So coffee might not give you the lift you expect. If you want to sleep well, avoid coffee after 2, as it can take 8 hours or more to be fully metabolized.
No, all right.
Eating dinner 7 to 8 p.m. Of course, we all. I mean, yeah. Eat before 7.
I mean, some people though. I mean, we can't.
Yeah.
I mean, we eat late meals. We always have. So now, like my kids have grown up when they have people that eat meals at like 5 or 5:30, it throws them off. They're like, what?
Yeah.
Their whole life
because they're used to your schedule.
Yeah, 8 o'clock. 7:30 to 8 is usually a dinner time for us.
Best time to make an important decision or ask a favor.
Oh.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go midday. I'm gonna go like noonish.
11 a.m. and 12 p.m.
12
So
p.m.
yes, 11 to 12.
Yeah, okay.
11 to noon. This professor is a neuroscientist. He said our cognitive ability and reaction time peaks between 11 a.m. and noon. And our mood is also highest at this time, which means it's a good time to ask for a favor or a pay raise.
The day hasn't kicked us in the nuts yet.
Correct.
Okay.
Our cognition at 5 a.m. is worse than if we were drunk.
Really?
How about that?
Oh. So basically what you're saying is if you want something, ask it early. You wake up and get fresh and relaxed and then you ask like your partner. So if you want something cool from the missus, you ask her at 5 a.m. Maybe she'll be like, whatever, that's fine. Note to self, 5 a.m. wake up.
And what is the best time to go to sleep, according to research?
10 o'clock.
10 p.m. to 11 p.m. They say the bedtime between those hours may cut your risk of heart and circulatory disease compared to people who hit the hay later. People who fall asleep after midnight have a 25% higher risk of heart attack and stroke compared to early sleepers. Ideally, you want 6 to 8 hours of sleep a night on average, though, and some people may need as much as 10.
Well, and they say, I think for like optimal for like athletes, like some of those dudes, like they try to get like 10 plus hours a night. That's like the Tom Brady thing.
LeBron.
Yeah.
Isn't he a big sleeper?
Yeah. And there's like a lot of research that like an extra hour or two of sleep can make a huge difference in like your performance. But how many of us are out there trying to run?
How great would this show be if you would just sleep a little more?
Yeah. Sleep is not my strong suit. I do a lot of things well. Sleeping is not one of them.
Someone's about to die. That's next. Here's Buck.
Now, from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on 1080 The Fan.
Ryan Buckley with this Sports Center update. First on the Fan, Game 2 of the Western Conference Finals going on in Oklahoma City right now as the Thunder looking to take a commanding 2-0 series lead before they go back to Minnesota. OKC leading 49-45. Currently, there's about 2.5 minutes left before halftime. 3 players already in double figures for the Thunder. Chet Holmgren, Jalen Williams, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, all with 10-plus points. Meanwhile, over on the ice tonight, the Carolina Hurricanes trying to salvage a home split before they have to take the series on the road, but they're currently down 3-0 to the Panthers, who are looking for a 2-0 series lead. The Mariners are in Houston for a 4-game set, visiting the Astros. They jumped out to a 2-0 lead, but it is now 5-2 in favor of Houston. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. I'm Ryan Buckley, the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Hurt and missing work, insurance companies acting like jerks. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at WarrenAllen.com.
More, please. Golf in the Northwest with Jason Swigart is back. Saturdays at 8 a.m. before the Sinner and the Saint on Portland's sports leader, 1080 The Fan.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-518-3899. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce
And someone's going to the gulag.
And like, I mean, we kind of joke, but it's
No, yes, they're dead.
People are dying.
Yeah, you better run.
Yeah, well,
can you hide in North Korea?
Don't think you can. It's bad. That's
run for the border.
That's really, really bad. I mean, when you
those scientists better check their hypotenuse.
Imagine being that poor bastard that's in charge of that and watching that thing go down.
Yeah.
And you're just sitting there knowing that you're like,
Kim said the accident brought the dignity and self-respect of our state to a collapse. That seems a little much, but
it does seem, but you know, I don't think anyone's there to really question him on this one. Not sure the dignity is the important thing there in North Korea, but okay.
And he was there. He witnessed it.
Oh, gosh.
He was sitting right there. He called it absolute carelessness, irresponsibility, and unscientific empiricism.
What? Is that a word?
I don't know.
I'm not going to tell him. You going to tell him? Can you
I'll text
imagine, like, having to work under him or Putin or whatever, knowing that if something goes wrong, like, you're dead? Like, whether it's your fault or not.
It's a lot of pressure.
Yeah, your ass is dead. I can't imagine what that's like. I mean, just the knowing that it's like it's ramping up to that in the moment of anticipation of holy God, what's happening?
You know how old he is, Kim Jong?
He's
Kim
like,
Jong.
Maybe in his 50s.
He's 41.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
That's way younger than I would have thought.
Well, he looks older.
Yeah.
He's all fat.
Well, you know, why does he have to be skinny? He just tells everybody, like, you know, you can just.
Yeah, he doesn't.
No, you can do whatever you want. That guy, you know, no one
That's
can
younger than I don't know. It's weird to think
no one can
he's
tell
so
him
young.
no. Have you ever seen a ship launch?
No.
Dude, it's awesome.
What do? They just throw it down a slip and slide or something?
No. Well, you can do it two ways, because sometimes it's like if it's built like in a dry dock, then it just kind of slides out the back. But the cool ones are when they like dump it on its side and then it kind of rocks and then like it ends up being upright. It's amazing. It's really, really cool to watch one get launched if they do it where it goes from dry land that it's not in dock and it kind of slides back to the ones where they just kind of because they dump it and it feels like it's like, oh my God, it's going to go to the side, but it recalibrates itself. And it's like, because I'm assuming that's like what happened here is you're like, oh, it's going to come back. And it doesn't. It just keeps going. Man. And they have to drive it from when they take it from the yacht yard or whatever to get it to the water, it takes so long because they have to just go so slow. Because that's the scary part, is getting it from the yacht to the water's edge. And they just crawl that bitch. Because you don't want to be the guy that makes you take the turn at 3 miles an hour instead of 2 and that thing tips over on the land and there goes $300 million.
All right, we got to run. We'll wrap it up next on The Fan. Hey, it's Rob sticking around for the Window Nation, where they are offering right now 60% off of Windows, which is, you don't get 60% off in a lot of places on much of anything. And right now, 60% off, but also if you order an entire house full of Windows from Window Nation, they're going to give you a free entry door. And as we know, those can be pretty expensive. So that's going to be absolutely free. And if you don't have all the cash to plunk down, even when you save 60% and you get the free entry door, if you don't have all the cash, you can get 0% down, 0 money down, 0% interest, and not have to pay anything for 2 years. So you can pay nothing until 2027. They have an A+ rating from the Better Business Bureau, does Window Nation. And you got to hurry because this sale ends May 31st. So don't overpay for expensive windows that may not be as good. Schedule a fast, free estimate right now with my guys at Window Nation. Flexible financing. They have a team rooted right here in the Northwest. You will remodel consciously and comfortably. Sustainable materials. They recycle all of their install waste and everything, so they're great. Book your free eco quote today by calling 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com. 866-90-NATION or windownation.com.
The home of Dirt and Spray.
I'm Dirt. I have come to the full realization, and I almost want to publicly apologize for it taking this long, but this is the problem when I don't watch a lot of regular season NBA basketball. I am so out on SGA. I can't do it. I don't enjoy watching him play. It's not entertaining to me. He flops. He gets the benefit of the whistle that seemingly nobody else does in these moments.
Dirt and Spray. Weekdays 6 to 9 a.m. on 1080 The Fan.
Head to your local Coastal this week for Black Friday worthy deals.
Coastal Farm and Ranch, with just what the country needs.
Save with these Black Friday worthy deals from now through the 27th. Get select Ariat men's and women's boots for just $99.99. That's up to $140 in savings. Grab the 12-inch classic Camp Chef Dutch oven for only $34.99, a savings of 50% off. And find the best deal of the season on 12-foot tartar panels for just $99.99. Restock your 9mm ammo while you're there with 50 rounds of Blazer Brass for only $11.99 a box. And refill your pellet grill. All bags of Bear Mountain Grilling pellets are buy one, get one half off.
Coastal Farm and Ranch, with just what the country needs.
Black Friday worthy deals this Memorial Day at Coastal.
If Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea was your best friend, it would be the kind of friend that starts an impromptu dance party in the supermarket aisle that turns into an all-day pool party rager at your place, and you don't even own a pool. Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea turns any day into a legendary adventure. It's smooth and refreshing real iced tea with just the right kick of alcohol. Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea. Keep it twisted.
Twisted Tea Brewing Company, Cincinnati, Ohio. Please drink responsibly.
Why'd I go to the doctor? One day at the firehouse, I was so lightheaded I could barely stand. Even my crew noticed. Getting checked out was the right call. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit NoTimeToWait.com, sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Club 1080 with Isaac and Sue.
I'm gonna kick some butt on the traffic, driving the roads road. I'm gonna kick some ass, little ass. I'm gonna kick little ass. Rock, slide, and eagle.
Club 1080 with Isaac and Souk is brought to you by Pub Beer, the official beer of Cheap Fun.
Double Sun Power!
All right, Andrew Nemec is coming up next. He will have recruiting. Souk's laughing at Angel Reese again.
I can't help it. This is...
You hate Angel Reese.
Well, she's such... Dude, she... How do I put this? I gotta be careful.
Uh-oh.
Because, I don't care about the WNBA, but I'm glad that it's gaining traction. But Angel Reese somehow thinks that she is one of the reasons why it's popular. The only reason why Angel Reese is popular is because she hates Caitlin Clark. That's the only reason. She can't make a layup. So this is from the game against the New York Liberty. It's the end of the third quarter. She's played 22 minutes. She has 0 points. She's 0 for 7 from the field, and she has 10 rebounds.
8 of which are off.
8 of those rebounds are off her own misses. This is at 7:22 in the game. They do the play-by-play.
Yeah.
This is from 7:22 to 7:44, so 20 seconds. Kia Nurse misses 3-point jump shot. Angel Reese offensive rebound. Jonquel Jones blocks Angel Reese's 2-point layup. Angel Reese offensive rebound. The same Gerald Jones blocks Angel Reese 2-point layup. Angel Reese offensive rebound. Angel Reese misses 2-point layup. Angel Reese offensive rebound. Angel Reese misses 2-point layup. Angel Reese offensive rebound. Camilla Cardoso misses 2-point driving layup. Angel Reese rebound. I mean, it's like you can't make it up. Just watching her play. Caitlin Clark is super skilled, but the idea that they even play the same sport.
Caitlin Clark is white.
It's comical to me that and Angel Reese is like, well, when they write the story of the NBA, it's not just Caitlin Clark, it's me too. Yeah, with a lot of missed layups.
So she's a good rebounder, though?
I guess. And so now, unfortunately, or fortunately, however you view it, people are now they're just grabbing Angel Reese highlight clips and then they're putting them all over the internet, and it's just, maybe it's mean, it's cruel, but they make me laugh every time. I've never seen an elite athlete have the inability to A, jump, or B, make a layup. But she does. She grabs her own rebounds. And
Is she elite?
At rebounding.
I guess it rebounding.
She's a Dennis Rodman of her time.
That's an insult to Dennis Rodman.
I would think so.
It's just... Oh, sorry. Buck sent me a clip. He's the big jerk. So
yeah, it's me.
It just makes me chuckle.
Well,
to say if you watch Juju and you watch Caitlin Clark and then you watch Angel Reese, you will quickly see a difference between the style of play.
does it help you to know that you make more money than Angel Reese does?
I don't think that's the case. And that's the amazing part is for someone that seemingly gets pissed at every thing that happens between her and Caitlin Clark, Angel Reese is a millionaire like 30 times over simply because of the rivalry between her and Caitlin
She had a
Clark.
McDonald's meal named after her. McDonald's.
But I'm talking about her base salary.
No.
Oh, yeah, they don't make it.
Yeah. She makes $75,000.
Well, that's the WNBA.
So Caitlin Clark had a triple-double in the season opener, and people pointed out that Dave Portnoy of Barstool, he put $25,000 down that she would hit that triple-double, and at 13-1 odds, he made more on that bet than she will make this season.
God. Well, these horses we bet on, they don't make anything.
That's true.
No. Well,
but they
poor
get to have
little
a lot of
horsies.
sex.
Poor little
Yeah, they get
horses.
do a lot of doing it.
Yeah, but if they lose, then they get taken out back and or shipped
That's
to Mexico
true.
where they. Did you ever watch that HBO Real Sports thing on that?
Yeah.
It's really sad. Like not
horrible.
Not the Kentucky Derby horses necessarily, obviously, but the ones that are trying to become elite horses when once the trainer realizes that they're not going anywhere, dude, they sell them to meat breeders, and then they drive them down to Mexico and they become IKEA meatballs.
Turn them into glue.
Yeah, it's no good. It's rough.
Well,
wait, IKEA meatballs? So your Swedes have a hand in on this?
You don't remember that? There was a...
I don't remember that.
Yeah, there
was horse meat, right?
Yeah, I don't think it was in the States necessarily, but IKEA got caught with some horse meat in the old meatballs.
Oops. Well, it's all in the preparation, right?
Yeah, I've had horse before. And then, some people be like, what's the difference between cow and horse? And, it's that whole debate of...
What is the difference? Was horse good?
Whatever you think. Not really. But, I mean, the difference is one's delicious and one's not. But it's the idea of why is it unethical to eat a horse?
Yeah.
But it's fine to eat cows.
Because horses are pretty and cows are stinky.
Pretty much.
Horses are hot.
That's all it is. It's just aesthetics. And
they're smarter.
Well, but dogs, like a dog versus
They're
a
eating
pig.
the pets.
Pigs are just as
Pigs
smart.
are smart.
Yeah, but
That's true.
You
but
do
they're
it
also,
anymore, you're gonna have problems.
The pig's problem is they're just too damn delicious.
Exactly. Can you imagine though? What if a Labrador Retriever was
Tasted like that?
Tasted like the greatest pork of all
Ooh,
time.
You raise an interesting question. I think we'd have to eat the labs.
Right?
You leave Posey alone.
I'm just saying, it would be tough.
It would be. All right. Coming up next is Recruiting with Andrew Nemec. We are back tomorrow, 3 to 7 on The Fan. Good night.
Red ships of Spain. Red ships of Spain.
If you're considering new construction and want it done right and fast by a team that's focused on innovation, collaboration, and creativity, you want Mods PDX.